Yo. Testing. Testing. Hello, Internet, are you there? Long time. I don't know why it's taken me so long to go live. I mean, I know why. But we're here. Hope you guys are doing well. And welcome to the Empire. Rousey coming in 61 months. What a badass. What up, bro? Appreciate
61
you.
months to the absolute GOAT. One love,
Much
brother.
love.
Hope you're well.
What's up, Dragon King? Mills, Sack, Rogue, Kim. Good to see you, Rousey. So we're gonna do something a little different today. I haven't been live for 3 weeks. Last time I was live, I said we were gonna do some shit on Ark. And I didn't go live after that. Why? I just didn't feel motivated. Yeah, the integrated chat with Restream bots working means we're live on YouTube. A couple people asked if I was okay. I'm sorry that I even make that happen. You know, I was there for. I was on server on Saturday, but they never showed up. What's up, Magix?
Let's go.
And I'll be honest with you guys, but I needed some time to grow. I needed some time to learn. One of the things that's extremely difficult to do on stream is those things, to grow and to learn. I wasn't satisfied with Ark. If you watch me play Ark, I'm not satisfied playing the game. I'm very upset with how shitty it is. You know? I don't think you need to go. Yeah, so that's where we're working on that a little bit too, you know? And one of the things, so I was doing a lot of self-exploration. And one of the things that I wanted to try to learn, that I was dabbling in a little bit. Yo. Sack coming 110 months. What a
All the
badass.
buttons.
Oh, what a bro. All the buttons. Flux. I miss you guys. I'm sorry I don't go live enough recently. I'm hoping to change that. Do you know why I'm awake at 6 in the morning? Flux, 63 months. What a badass. What a bro. Is I needed to change my routine.
All the buttons.
Okay.
X2.
I needed to change my routine, and I thought my routine needed to be up at 6 in the morning. Actually, after starting to learn, we actually need to be up at 4 in the morning. And I'll tell you why. In order for me to tell you, I need to know myself. You know what I mean? So we have been messing around a little bit with high volume, volatile stocks. Okay, I don't suggest you to do it, but it is something that I've been doing. And, we were in on a bunch of different things. I guess good, yeah. So we've been learning, but I've been messing around. We broke now. No, I've been doing 1 stock or 10 stocks. Friday, I made $30, okay? And I've had to struggle, okay? Because I was afraid. I was afraid to lose money. I've been learning, but I've been learning from a dude called Ross Cameron. He's on YouTube. And he does, this one's old. I'll show you though. Is high volatility, using the MACD and all these other things. And so I put a couple of grand in and I'm up. You guys want to see here? But I've been doing very, very, very little. Okay? Last time was the first time I actually did 100 stocks. Okay? These are like 2. Oh, it doesn't show the other ones. But I was successful. And that made me confident enough. Oh, it doesn't say the day realized. I think I saved it. Over here. Because this was proof to me, okay, that I could do it. I don't want to go live and lose and fail and not know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And no, it's only $22. Okay? But I wasn't using a lot of money. We're not going to use a lot of money today. Okay? Because I'm afraid to lose it. But what we are going to do is try to see and recognize. We'll take some positions if they're good positions. And like muscle memory. Okay? Try to see and recognize, the patterns. Now, the thing that I've learned, one of the things that I learned, here, so these are today, let's get rid, we got to move these. Okay. So I'm using Robinhood. There's a couple of things that would be, we're using like their legend. We're basically going off of the daily gainers, and then we're doing, out of the daily gainers, the ones that we like. Yo, Bert, long time no see. Good to see you too, bro. Much love, what a badass, what a bro.
Good to see
I appreciate
you.
you. Oh, I got fucking Robinhood. We're down on this. This is the only position I have on this account. It was $25 a share. we can go into it, I think, on like FinViz. Okay, or can I bring up regular Robinhood? But this was a bunch of AI stocks. And it was like our first time being like, you can get access to the original IPO, right? I got baited into this. We put 2,500 into it, and it freaking came out. I paid 25. The day it opened was 23. So I've been down on this for like the last fucking week or week and a half. You know, I bought 100 stocks, thinking that it was, I looked at a bunch of the AI companies. A lot of them are like actually working, have customers, you know, and I was like, okay, this is a chance to do something, you know, getting on the ground floor. Well, it's still on the floor, little bastards. It hasn't gone down much. But I did take a position like in Snail, right? We did good on Snail. We did good on Hims. The peptide bullshit. There's been here. Let's go. I'm real excited about the peptide bullshit. What is it at now? It's at 33. I bought into this down at like 27. I sold at like 30. But I made a nice chunk off of this. But this was a little more long term. Today we're going to be doing all just short. We're up at 6 in the morning because at 6:30 the market opens. Okay? I really like this one, Schwab, long term. I had this position for a while. And then I ended up selling just so I could have a little bit more liquid. But my goal was just keep streaming and dump everything in Schwab, right? And that's still, you know, that's still the plan. But because we've kind of shifted to day trading, then I wanted more liquid to be able to play with. You know what I mean? But this has been, and it's like 25 cents a dividend. And it's only 35 cents a share. 30, is it 35? Yeah, I think I got in at 32. But it basically is just slow and steady over the last 5 years. And so, but that's going to be like our long term. Here's a couple of, you know, dividend profiles that I've been looking at. And then today is what we're using. For just, these are the ones we did on Friday, right? But there's no guarantee that they're the ones. So it's a very interesting, there's their own little game here. Let's move over here. So, I mean, so this is what you guys are going to see mostly. Okay. Is the 5-minute chart we have here. Then we've got the 1 minute. And we've got the 30-second. And then we've got the ladder. Okay. Ladder lets us see, like, there's dudes at a certain price. And really I've found that where I want to be is between a $2 stock and like an $8 stock, around there. That's like where my game is at the moment. It allows me, you know, like if I want, I can put in 100 shares, I can put in 1,000 shares. I haven't done a 1,000 share bid yet. Last stream was the first time that I did a 100 share bid, and I was net positive. So that's very, very cool. Over this a little. But what we need to do is try to find what we think's gonna pop up at 6:30. Okay? Out of the daily gainers, within that range, we've got here. Can I get rid of one of these for now? I can get rid of the 30-second for now. And as I was exploring this, this is very important. Okay, your scanner. Now, what's interesting. Oh, this is Daily Gainers Plus. Okay. Is like a week ago, I could click this button and it would let me completely modify my scanner. But now it's saying connect an agent. So I can connect an AI agent, which we went and we got Claude Visual Studio. So we've been messing with some of the AI shit stuff too, which we're going to do later. Because really, we can do this for about 2-3 hours. Okay? Around 9 o'clock, the volume drops, the volatility, and it's like a lot. It's just the oomph is gone. Okay? But let's get down to. Let's find one of these. So this is what seems to happen. Okay? We're now at, oh, this is 525. That's a little. There's a bunch that'll start showing up on the scanner like early in the day. Okay, 4 a.m. is when the early trading. Also, we got, let's make sure this is not on. You've got extended hours, Monday through Friday, 4 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay? But there's a lot of trading that happens before the market opens. There's the extended hours, right? But then there seems to be like right around, let me see if I can find a good example. Not so much maybe today. I want to fuck with dollar ones. Based on Europe equivalents. I mean, like everything is a guesstimation. See, but it's active. So market's not open for another 15 minutes. But you can still trade. But we can only trade with limits. We can't trade with market. Okay, what's limits and market? I had to learn all the lingo. You know what I mean? I knew I could buy and sell. We're still going to try to, well, we're not going to try to buy low, sell high. We're going to try to buy as the wave's going up and sell before it goes down. It's basically what the thing is. I'm not sure. Is it Europe that opens up at 3? But here's a great example. So around 4 in the morning, you can already, there's a lot of activity. So if we were up, is it 4 or 5? Maybe it's 5? Now it's 5 a.m. Should I invest all my money in this? Negative. We don't want to have a position very long. No more than like 15 minutes. So we're buying and selling within that time. Sometimes it's worth holding 30 minutes. But like I'm trading pennies. Okay? I am trading for nickels, for quarters. Okay? That's it. We're not going to be taking big positions today. What this is, it's going to be a practice of what we've learned, and let's see how we do. Okay? I'm going to be thinking out loud of the different things we see. One of the main indicators that we're going to be using is this thing below. Okay, you see this blue line and this orange line. Okay, they're indicators. It doesn't mean you can't tell the future. Okay, but it indicates the range and difference of the basically of buying and the selling. Okay, if it's green, the buyers have more power, but as you can see here on the 1 minute, buyers have lost momentum. Okay? The MACD, the blue line, is now below the orange line. When that happens, we basically want to be out. We don't want to fuck with it. Now, the thing is we see different timelines. Okay, let me just get rid of this. And I've been doing it with my roommate. My roommate should be up soon. Call him. I have to go wake him up. May have to go wake him up. We know why. We're only playing with what we know we can lose, you know. But he's not as good. He's gone super risky. I've been super conservative. Okay. He's already doing 1,000 shares. He's already doing all sorts of shit. Where's this? Okay. And I'm working on my accuracy. You know what I mean? I want to know that when I throw in 1,000 shares, I'm confident in that 1,000 shares. So let's go to 30-second. We need to put so we're using MACD, moving average convergence. What that lets me know is when this starts going down, that means it doesn't mean it can't flip right back up, but generally it means that you've lost momentum. It's not going to be going up more, you know. Now it can dip down and come right back up because it's only 30 seconds. So that's why we've got the 30-second, the 1 minute, the 5 minute. Okay, to give us a little bit more of a clear view of what we think. And then, you know, one of the reasons I've never really messed with stocks too much is because I've always considered, you know, it's gambling, right? All the dudes playing on crypto, you're gambling. Okay? This is no different. Except for it's just we got a bunch of indicators and it's slightly educated gambling. You know what I mean? Because it is the whims of the market, the whims of the people. There can be a lot of shady people doing things, right? Putting these positions to make other people think that it can go so high or do things, you know what I mean? So if you've got a lot of weight, you can modify what you see. We got 20 minutes. We really need to find something. But let me go wake him up. Because we've been jumping in Discord and, like, communicating. See, so we've got MACD is up on all three. We are on a local low. We're basically doing... but this, come 6:30, if this stays, okay, you see how, I mean, generally we want it to be the pink to be big, medium, small, okay, and for it to then gain some traction, right? The MACD's on the 30-second doesn't matter as much. But right here, the MACD's open and going up. So we'll go ahead and watch this one a little bit. We've got 9 minutes. We've got... Here it's gone up. There's a little bit of a pullback. We're looking for it to not go below half of what it's gained, right? To show that there's resistance. And it's going up. Generally, like when this crosses over, okay... This is what we're looking for. The 5-minute crossover, when this is positive and this is positive, and you have a chance for it to shoot up. Okay, and like clockwork, that's what we're going to do today, is we're just going to show that that happens over and over. There's a lot of AI bots, but that's why we're in this niche of this high velocity. Because the AI bots won't fuck with this as much. Okay, because it's so volatile, they do with the rest of the market, but this niche thing is where a lot of the day traders play, is what I've learned. Okay, because of the volatility, like the bots are less likely to want to be involved. They have less control. But there are a lot of bots, right? So we have all of this new information, right? This crazy, all this stuff. But yeah, so do the bots, and so does everyone else. I lost all my college fund on Pepe. Let me go see if he's up. I'll be right back. He's waking up. I've been up since 5. One thing, I haven't been sleeping very well. It took me over a week. Oh, look at this. You see? So it might have been good to get in a little sooner. Okay? But it doesn't mean that it's... But the MACD is already negative here. Okay, but 30 seconds is kind of like a lie sometimes. It lets you know what's happening in the moment. But here, this MACD is perfectly positive. Okay? But this is what we're looking for. Oh, now it's going crazy. And then we want to look at the ladder. So 455, we've got a 5K bro here. Okay. And our buying isn't too crazy at the moment. So there's no way, in my opinion, that at least at the moment, that it's going to break that 455 or 454 unless this guy pulls out. Hey, what's up, bro? But so it's basically hit its peak at the moment. And then, but at 6:30, this one could blow up. Or this could be its blow up already. We're already here. We're at a peak of where it was. So we're at an all-time high. All right, but we could have gotten in over here. Right, 440. Now, this is an issue. I don't really feel confident in taking this position. Right? Even though the MACD's up. Okay. 5K is not that big of a deal. We have 4 minutes. But we're at 450 on this one. Okay. Today I'm gonna add this one to my watch list for today. Okay. What we're looking for is around 6:30 this time for a positive MACD like this, right? And something that could blow up. But we need to be looking at a bunch of other ones as well. Oh, look at this. Right at 6:30. This is what happens. Right at 6:30, this is insane. Right, look at this MACD. Now, there's no way we want to get involved in this right now. You know, because we're probably going to get a bad position. And it's already selling off. But if we... And this is a 5-minute period here. So if we caught it early, right? Because this is my first time streaming, I'm going to be very apprehensive of taking some positions. But we're going to call, we're going to look. This is what I've been doing. I'll go in with like one stock, see if our call was right. You know what I mean? And then, like the goal is to work up the courage. We've got the money in the account, but to work up the courage to go for, 1,000 shares. Spend a couple thousand on a position. And if we do that, we could there's been a couple of times, where I'm talking with my roommate, if we did that, we could have made a couple $1,000. I've had a couple $1,000 days if I would have taken that position. You know what I mean? But that doesn't include all the times I would have been wrong too. You know what I mean? So we've got PMI. We're not going to fuck with this. We are looking for extremely high volume. Okay. This one's got 1 million volume on the last. It's not going to break out. I think PMI might be our best bet at the moment. It's a bummer. I didn't take enough time. TXD, it doesn't have very high volume at all, but it is on the daily gainers. I'm not a very big fan of it, but we've got the MACD open at 628. Okay, we're gonna mark this one just to see if it gets a breakout. There's a bunch that are like below $1. I don't fuck with those. Okay, these 0.6 cents ones, 0.9 cents. I don't care. I just don't care. I'm not fucking with a quarter of a fucking penny. Okay. Xpon's going crazy. But MACD's already on the way down. We're really, unless we want to take a position in PMI, I don't have anything for the open bell. We didn't spend enough time. But let's go ahead and watch this. And see what happens. And then we'll start looking for something else. Yeah, I'm streaming, but I'm on, so you gotta go, just scroll down and then click on your join voice. Bam. Here, go and say hello. Oh, maybe I don't have, okay, yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. So my hello, can you hear me? Are you sure? Let's see. Testing. Okay. My roommate's just on his phone Discord so that we can communicate. See, look at this. Look what happened. So we would have been wrong there. Okay, massive sell-off right at 6:30. Okay, MACD was positive. But right here it turned and then just took a massive shit. So we were not correct. Okay. This one's at its peak at the moment, and look at that volume. The volume at 620 was 22. It had no volume, so why should we even be looking at it? But it went to 12K, and you can still buy. So, but the MACD down here's low, and there's just a huge sell-off right away. I don't even like this one. What the hell? Oh, what the hell? We're looking at the wrong one. That's why. Let me set this up. I don't know if you guys can hear. Try talking. You there? Yeah, can you hear me, bro? Oh, for some reason it wasn't going through. Try talking again. Okay. There. I think that'll do. Just so that
Hello?
chat can hear you.
Hello?
Alright, we should be good.
Okay. Have you seen anything? Like anything that looks good?
No, I've been... nothing that was good, no.
Okay.
Where have you been? You quit ARK? No,
If you want.
I didn't quit ARK. I've got tea, but there's eggs on the stove is all.
Have some iced coffee.
Where am I? Where am I?
Let's see.
Okay. I logged into ARK
Let's
on Friday, Saturday, when there was, we missed the couple of days that we were under attack. I wasn't looking at Discord. I wasn't looking at games. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule so I could be awake. You know what I mean? And, lucid at 6 in the morning. And that's been a struggle. It took me over a week. But this one, it's not a lot of volume. It says it's got 8 million already, but and so it's taken me a while just to be able to like wake up at the right time and figure out what the right time is. Oh, this one's fighting. And then figure out. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is I have been unhappy with ARK. You know what I mean? And that's what got me into like wanting to go do something else.
26,
You know, I don't see a future with ARK. I can keep playing ARK, but it's, you know, here we can look at Snail, right?
70, 60. Oh shit.
This is ARK.
So I want
You know what I mean? And it's been on a massive downturn. This is Snail Games. They switched their thing to $5. Okay? They did a big buyback of stocks. And they're now at half. They did a big buyback of stocks. Okay? Because they were under $1, about to be pulled from the stock market. Non-compliant. Okay? It shot their stock up to $5. It's now down to $2.93. It's almost half of what after the buyback. Right? So it's not just me that feels that way, it's everyone. You know? After the buyback, they're down 40%. And I just don't see it getting better. These kind of shits, I don't know if we want to mess with. So it's already curved over. One of the main things, so we've been watching Ross Cameron on YouTube. He's got like there's a lot of people that have like watched me to learn how to fucking do stocks. And out of all of them, I liked Ross Cameron's strategy. It is high volume. It's this early morning day trading. It's nothing too shady. Um, and you know, we were able to learn a lot of the terms and different things. So we're at 290 down here. And one of the things that I'm trying to teach myself is patience. You know, not to just jump in like you want to, like, at first we just want to, like, oh, this looks good, let's get in. You know what I mean? We see, oh, look, there's a pullback, right? I mean, this doesn't look bad at all. 310, but then we didn't look at the ladder. Okay, to see kind of what the spread is. A 1,000 shares, 3,000 shares up to 320 isn't terrible, but already we've got the 30-second going down. There's a bigger sell-off, so we want to see where the new bottom is. I'm brand new to all of this. Okay, I'm using Robinhood Legend, and we are new. How come I don't do? Are you talking about like this? I do bookmarks. But if you're talking about things that you don't see me doing, it's probably because I don't know. You know what I mean? Official PvP, I switched it. Look. Trying something new. How is it official PvP? Oh, maybe you need to refresh. When I first go live on YouTube, I think that's from that's from Restream? I think it must be. Let me go. Must be this. Update titles. I think I have to update here. There we go. So we're live on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. Maybe that's where I need to change it. But good looking. Okay. I'm a lot less focused on. See, and this is why I didn't go live. You wonder why I didn't go live? I didn't want to do this live. I was here by myself with we got my roommate finally in Discord, but he's been sitting next to me, and we've just been trying to understand what the fuck we're looking at, you know. And last Friday was the first time.
What you looking at
for
right
trading,
now, Ryan?
etc. I'm not finding anything I like. I'm looking at HV11. It's
Hello.
yeah. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I think you might be on push to talk.
Yeah, I am on push to talk. Otherwise, you'd hear everything I say. But for some reason, when I tab into Robinhood, can you hear me now? Right?
Yes.
I'm gonna tab into Robinhood, and then maybe I can't. The push to talk is like the keybind's not going through. Give me 1 second. Tell me if you can hear me. Like 2 seconds. There. Can you hear me now? Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Nothing. Oh, yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so no, for some reason when I'm tabbed in, all right, so I'll work on that. When I'm tabbed
Oh,
into the web page,
yeah,
it's not going over.
gotcha. Fucking A. It's all good though.
Uh,
But what you looking at right now?
I'm looking at HV11, but it's not good. I don't have
Yeah.
anything good because since I'm streaming now, I'm not like fully focused on hunting. So you gotta
Yeah.
help me.
Yeah, I've been
I
looking,
was
bro.
looking.
Like nothing.
I was
Nothing
looking
popping
at
up.
PMI, but it was bad. It went fucking all the way down,
Jesus.
and I'm not
Yeah.
seeing anything that like I'd want to get into yet.
Mm-hmm.
And there's most of the fucking things are like they're just out of my range right now.
Yeah.
Unless we want to go up to like $15.
Hmm.
Get bookmarks super organized. I'm not sure what you mean by bookmarks. I've got this, so you're not seeing everything. All right, I've got this. Okay. And what I do is I have this. Okay, so this, you guys aren't seeing it, but I've got, these are my daily gainers. Okay. These are all bookmarks here. Oh, you're talking for like FinViz and different things. There's a whole thing of using the news and stuff, and news can be amazing, but
For pre-market.
these early morning, it's like half of them's fucking China stocks, okay, and half of them, the ones that have this, like look at this, this is going up. This doesn't have news. I don't want to fuck with Polymarket. I don't want to fuck with bitcoins for some reason, or crypto. We're gonna just do the early morning stocks. I want to get in at 6, maybe do the super early morning, but get in at 6 and be done by 9. 3 hours of high volume trading. I can get much better at this at my scanner. That's why we actually got Claude, so that we can make a brand new scanner. Okay. But all of the trends and news, nope. I mean, yes, you're right. It does help. But I want to throw. I don't want any of that.
It only
Okay.
helps for breakouts.
All I want is I want to read the charts. And yes, news helps with potential breakout. Maybe I'll incorporate that more. But in the last week and a half, whether it has news or not, right? What I've been practicing at least is can I
Patterns.
Can I see
Candles.
the candles and the MACD, and will it do what I expect?
Yeah.
You can get you're not wrong, yeah. Trump Truth Social. Yeah. Are you watching my stream? Or you can hear me?
I can hear you. I'm not on the stream though.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm do you mind if I take off push to talk? You'll hear everything.
It doesn't matter. It's all good.
Okay, I'm gonna be rambling a lot.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm gonna mute myself so I don't interrupt you or like fuck up
No,
your
don't
train of
worry
thought.
about it. No, don't. You
Cool,
feel
okay.
just keep going. But
Alright, cool.
so that, and later on I'll figure out the. I like being on push to talk so that you don't have to. Whoever I'm in comms with doesn't have to hear all my shit,
Yeah.
But
Can anybody hear me?
yeah, everyone can hear you.
Oh shit. Okay. So I'll try to watch my shit. CCB.
All right, testing. All right, there. So that way I don't have to do no push to talk bullshit, and at least it fixes the website crap at the moment. Oh, I'm still push to talking. Fuck. Okay, so what I'm looking for is I'm going through the daily gainers, and then the ones that I think I'm gonna play with today, right?
Mhm.
Is I'm moving up to today. Okay. Obviously, we were wrong with PMI. Okay, it took a massive shit. All right. But TXTD had extremely low volume, but at least when we were looking at it, we saw it around here. It did go up to $6, so we did miss it. Okay, this was 30,000 volume, but compared to this, so that's, and then we were looking at Snail just to show how much of a dog shit the fucking company is. So we can remove that, and I think we can remove that. But we've got our daily gainers here. Obviously we missed this one, but how the fuck do you? What the hell? There's no way, right? This thing's up 380%. The number one gainer, DAIC.
Yeah.
Xbon. So we'll start from the top. These are all bullshit. I don't want anything. $23 is out of my my range right now, and 99 cents. Even if it breaks $1, that's out of my range. I don't like it. Maybe I'll take a $14, but I won't be able to go in a lot of stocks. This looks good here. Let's go over here.
I mean, there's like no volume anywhere, bro. Like there's. I mean, they're doing all right, but even the top 10, they're not looking good, dude.
We gotta find something, or trying to. CYPH. So what we're looking for is basically we want to catch it. What's up, Dabs? You're gonna learn what not to do. Okay, we're gonna try to do our best, but you're gonna learn with me, and you'll get to watch me fail. But that's why we've been only doing like 1 to 10 stocks. You know, on Friday was the first time I did 100 stocks. It boosted my confidence. I was accurate on my calls, and I felt like I had enough where I could go live and not be a complete idiot. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be taking a lot of trades, especially because, you know, with now I'm fucking scatterbrain. But I'm going to try to think out loud and you know, so you can see what I see. Play stream Ark anymore? I'm still gonna play Ark, but I'm just tired of it. You know, it's no longer what the fuck? Where's? Okay, now it won't come up. I'm logged into 86. We were under attack last weekend. And I was on a Gen 1. I brought my character over and I sat there waiting for them to attack again. So if they did attack again, I was going to be there. I was going to defend. I was going to go live. You know, you got to defend your server. But the reason why I didn't is because I felt like I wanted to grow. I wasn't growing as a person, you know. And Ark, I felt like it's a nice cushion. I can always go and play. People like to watch. But after a while, I was like, there's no personal growth here. The game is what pissed me off is when Gen 1 came out, the whole thing was fucking broken. The amount of broken in the game, you know, the amount of like not only the level of cheating and everything, but like they don't even fucking quality test their game at all. And so we got to deal with all the broken bullshit, and they let it ride for like 2 weeks. You know what I mean? And we got to struggle. You know what I mean? And it's just like I'm tired of playing a piece of shit. How many people lost their characters on Gen 1 because of the choices that they made? You know, how much broken shit. And the main thing is I was tired of complaining about it. I don't want to be live complaining like a bitch. You know what I mean? And I want to be positive. I want to learn. I want to grow. I love discovering things. So this isn't terrible. We've had, we're looking at NCTY. 5 minute is up. It's at its highest. It already had a pullback at 1. The low is 681.
Okay.
Oh, it's already up to like 720. We were a
Jeez.
little late on this, but see this, we had the NCTY is what I'm looking at. It's up. It's the highest it's been so far. 30-second is fine because we expect to go down. The 1 minute went up. We had a pullback. It's about half of the growth, right? It's done it for at least 2 minutes, so you know that it's stabilizing. Went up again. This you don't necessarily want to see, and now it's going back up. Okay, MACD is still up here. Okay, now we need to look at the ladder. Ladder's at 718. We've got a floor of $7 and a high of 730. Okay, so we could potentially get in on this one, but it's not going to be for a breakout. It's going to be for like a riding of the wave. Okay, the bottom 705, but we wanted to, we want to see what the low would be, with the new low. We could try taking a position here. We do have these too, the EMAs and the VWAPs. So I think getting in at 7 might be good here. So let's try to take, it might be too late. But I'm going to go ahead. We're going to buy a limit of 7, just 1. I'll take 703. Oh, bummer. Oh, we're already late. We're already too late. And that time that it took me, now we've lost the wave. Oh, we're in. Okay. Now we can turn this on. Now this is bad. The MACD on the 30-second has already been down below for a while. So actually, it's not a good position. And right here, it's finally gone negative. But I do think that we still have an opportunity. We've got an open here. So we're going to see if we can't make anything. I didn't look at volume, really. Volume's actually fucking ass. So we shouldn't actually have taken the trade, just because we're looking for high volume. Alright, and then we can turn this on, so that we can instantly snail games to the moon. They're account bound and not service cloud. And then time crunch came and oh snap, everything. Yeah, it was insane. We got in at 703. I'm okay with 703. 690 was the lowest low. Oh no, 690 was the new low. I didn't see that. And we're negative now. We're negative on both of these, so I kind of want out of the trade already. I don't like this. I want to be on the up and up. Okay? But we're not, and I didn't look at the volume. If we look at the V right here, that shows how many trades in the last 5 minutes. We want that to say 500,000. I didn't look at that before I got in. Oh, but now it's taking a shit. A massive shit. So we should just sell. But it's only one, it's only one stock, so we're gonna wait. But now what if this was 1,000 stocks? You know? So that's why we're trading. But right here, see how this turned down negative? And this was negative? That's telling us we shouldn't have been in the trade. Okay? It's NCT, it's trash. I shouldn't even be looking at it. Right here, the subdue. Good to see you, bro. Much love. So we got into this trade late. I did from here. It seemed like okay, but then I didn't look at this. A lot less buy volume, okay, or buying power, and now it's negative, so it's gone to shit. We might as well just get out of it, because it's gonna just go lower now for probably 15 minutes. It could be a 15, 30 minute. It does like a sine wave, right? So now this is dog shit. We'll leave it. Massive. That's why we're playing with one stock right now. Stu Bad coming 45 months with a badass. What a bro. We should have sold a long time ago because it's just going to go down more. But we're going to leave it. And we'll come back to it in a little bit. If we look, that we basically bought near the highest high. Okay. If it goes back up, we can do a limit. Yes, yes. A sell limit. So we can do this, where we were in at average price was 703. So that's, we can set that. So now we can go look at something else. Okay? And if it comes back up, it'll auto sell for us. Okay? What's up, P?
Yo,
oh, this is, but this is what we're looking at right here. We're in good here. This is MACD's just coming over. Let's try to find PMI.
Oh, it's just there.
This is where now the thing is we might already be in at the high. Okay, if the 5-minute MACD crosses over, okay, then that you're basically already at the high. So the goal is to get in low, you know, but then there's no guarantee that that's the low. But basically here, MACD's up, MACD's up. The histogram's positive. Now this one shows it's going up, which is good. We've had a pullback to 429.
Is that resistance?
And so the risk is, do we take it? Is this a company? This is a company. All of these are different companies. I don't look at the, we can bring up the news. Okay, we can bring up Asset Insights and see. SpaceX stock is finally on a, but a lot of times, at least, Robinhood isn't good for news. We could do FinViz. FinViz was better for news. All right.
Ask the guy, where does he get his news from?
And then here we can see, oh, Picard. Yeah, fucking Picard medical share soar after quarterly at 646. So we could, if we want, we could get into all the news and shit, but you end up spending so much fucking time looking at this shit when I just want to look at this shit. You know?
Nice, nice.
Oh,
that was resistant.
Oh, did we? All right, but look. So we found this. What's your max budget? I've got about 4K liquid that we could play with. These are the ones I'm in right now. I've got the RVII is a AI stock from Robinhood, which we're down 200, but we were able to get into the like IPO. Okay, and the IPO was for $25 a stock. The day it came out, it came out at 23. So we're instantly down $1 fucking 50 on this bitch. But it was like our first time having access to an IPO, and we're like, both me and Joe were like, all right, we're going in on this. So we're just trying to like, there's a lot of really cool AI stocks. It looked good. They sold it well. But I'm stuck in on that one. But I've got like $4,000 in the account that we can play with. But this is, I don't care really about that. This is what we're after right here. Okay. Is my day realized? Check IBM. Sure. But I haven't made, besides like that RV, most of my like purchases have been like a $50 position, mainly I've been wanting to do this. See, look at the, the MACD. The VWAP is the volume weighted average price. The EMA 9, this white line, is the last 9 candles. Okay, and the average of the last 9 candles. And the EMA 20 is the average last 20 candles. Okay, so it doesn't tell you the future. Yeah, I made some good money by just putting it in things. We did make a good call on HIMS. We made a good call on Snail. I made money off of Snail, and then I made a good call on what was the other one? Oh, Schwab. But that's just because if you throw your shit in Schwab, that bitch goes up. It doesn't go up a lot, but it goes up slowly. Slow but steady. And so that was the plan. The long term would be Schwab, but I sold all those positions because I wanted more liquid to be able to try to do short-term day trading. Okay? Which this is right here, right? I want to be like we're trading nickels. Okay, is what we're if we can get a quarter, okay? VOO, I'll show you here. VOO, the reason I didn't do VOO, one, it's like fucking $1,000 a stock. But these are the dividends I was looking at. Here's the VOO here. VOO offers very high, like, stock price. Okay. The thing I really liked about Schwab, and I can show you. At least for like dividends for long term, the Schwab it's now 35.27. It was 35 a little bit ago. Is that you get about 0.2525 per dividend, right? And while for VOO, it was about 1.9 per stock, right? So the amount of stocks that you could get of Schwab, was more than double of, per VOO. Okay? And if you look at Schwab compared to VOO, look what it's done. It's very, very slow, but it is very, very consistent. Okay? And so not only are you getting that quarter. Oh, nice. Let's go back to NT fucking C. We got out. What was it? NT. It went all the way back up. What was it? Oh, yeah, on 2X and 3X, I'm not doing a lot of margin. I did have margin on Schwab. Where the fuck is the NT? What was it? Oh, it was NCTY. We got at, oh, look at this. We sold at 703 just to get out, but it went all the way up to 715. So that's our dime there. Okay, this is back up.
I'm still
It's
trying to
now
get in.
turning. Okay. So we got out. We didn't make any money. But it went all the way down to 640. So like 2-3 years ago. Yeah, I wasn't really in the stock market very much. I should have 100%, right? But hindsight's 2020. You know, I should have been in the market when you could fucking loan from Japan at 0% interest. You know what I mean? And I should have been in the market during COVID. But you know what I was doing is I was playing with fucking dinosaurs. Defending my dinosaurs. And so I wasn't focused on this shit. So we're taking a little bit of time. We're looking, oh man. And we're just taking some time to at least learn some like high volume. Look at this though. MACD's wide open. This is up. This is now turning over. So we were over here, right? Like, oh man, we got in at the wrong time. So it's came back around, and now it has a potential to go up. What's the cut for this website? This is Robinhood, and it's zero commission trading. So I didn't even know that. In like 2019, it was zero commission trading. Back in like high school, I played with stocks, and it was like $4.99, $8.99 per trade. You know, and but I didn't even know that it had gone to fucking zero commission trading, where you can do 100 trades now, back to back to back. Now they make their money if you short. We can't short any of these.
Dude,
Yo, Hatred coming in. What a badass. What a bro.
Omnikev yo, Omnikev yo, Omnikev yo.
56 months. What's up?
I'm gonna show you some trades later on BTCT, and when I show you the timeline, like I almost caught this breakout. Like
Oh.
literally, like I missed out on like 50 cents right
Oh
now.
damn.
But
Did you get a
pops.
good trade though?
No, I was riding the wave, and then fucking I moved over to another stock, and I was watching it, and I put
23K profit. Nice.
stops in.
I'm not a big gambler. I'm listening to you even if I talk over you. We're gonna have two conversations going the whole time. You and me, and then me and chat. But that's why I do push to talk, because I'm not ignoring you. I'm listening to you. But sometimes I
No,
may
yeah,
need to like have you like re-say, you know, the thing.
Yeah.
But I'm listening. It's a strategy game, poker. My brother was a poker dealer and poker player, and I actually became a poker dealer just to go hang out with him, you know. And so we did that, and we went and played poker. I won. I had that like what they call the, you know, like the new guy luck, where one of the first tournaments, like house tournaments I went to, I ended up winning, just because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and they couldn't read me. You know what I mean? So I ended up winning. But I'm not a big gambler. That's why I never really messed with this kind of shit. Because it felt like gambling. If it's zero commissions, Robinhood does like 900 different things to make money. Okay? To go in, all of it is crazy. But Robinhood is they harness the retail trader. Okay? My money that I don't have invested right now, this moment, I'm gaining interest, 3.5% interest on this cash. But in order to do so, I have to let them also borrow it. They guarantee it, right? And also any stocks that I have, you click it and you let them borrow it. Okay, so they can do a lot of moving around and other things. Okay? What about investing in Robinhood itself? It wouldn't be bad. Robinhood's gone up a lot. And so they do so many different things. And also there's, they make their money off of shorting. You can short the market. They run like a digital bank, but their focus is retail traders. Okay? So they make a lot of... Here, we can look up Robinhood. Which ones... Robinhood, Hood. But Robinhood's done pretty good, I believe. It's at a fucking 107. Okay. What did it start at? Oh, actually, I guess it started at 111, took a shit. But it's basically in the last... month, it's gone up from 90 to 104. But still, it's 104, which is still pretty good. But they do a lot of things. IBM. I don't really look at these because these are out of my range. I'm like between $2 and $15 stocks. High volume. That's like what we're looking at. Now I'm very not focused now because we're streaming. But when I wasn't streaming for the last week and I could just focus at what I was doing, I was trying to like improve my accuracy. I felt confident on Friday enough to be able to go live and try, and of course now I'm fucking completely distracted, so I'm not taking any trades, I'm not doing anything.
There's not much out there either.
I mean, there is, we just gotta be in at the right time. BTCT's up.
Yeah, that's the one I was telling you about. See, it's at 246, but when I bought it was at 160 when I bought.
Oh, nice. So you were in?
But I missed out on that whole jump, bro. Like, because I'll show you the timestamp. But what happened was I was riding the wave for a little too long, and I got nervous, bro. I was riding it for like 10 minutes.
You get nervous.
I was trying to make a
but
nickel,
it's turning around.
But
yeah,
no,
it's already...
Dude. Like, literally, the smallest green candle you can see down there, like, that's when I bought in. Fucking, once it hit my stop limit, I went back to it, and it hit my stop limit. It just started fucking blowing up. I was like,
I was in on one, and I put NT or NCTY, but then it insta-dipped, so I just put a fucking, a limit, and then it went back up. I was in at 703, and went back to 703 just so we could sell. But then, of course, it went up to like 715. You know what I mean? So I lost a potential nickel or dime.
I'm looking for a nickel and a dime. That's all I need, man.
Well, we'll find some. But the thing is we're looking for like no more than, like, if we're in a trade for like 5 minutes, it's almost sometimes too long. We're looking for short. I mean, there are sometimes like 15 minutes, like Xpawn. No, probably not. Like, we're looking... I don't want to fuck with this. So this is coming around here. It could be a good time on Xpawn. High was $8. It went way the fuck over here with 43 million volume from 45,000. Explain that one. 43 million volume. Fucking right there.
So see ya.
But the 1 minute is coming around and we're on the low, so this could be a good time to still buy. So let's see. Maybe that's... How did that happen? I don't even understand. Like that doesn't make sense. But let's watch this one. Okay. We want this to cross over. When this crosses over, we're at 664. We could go up to like 690. Okay. We'll try to go in at like 658. Or no, I don't know. I think it might even be too late. We'll go in. Sure, it's 666. Okay.
Okay, so they're fucking bullshit.
Because if we get a crossover here, okay.
CT.
659 was the low, but I wasn't guaranteed that we were gonna get anything there. So even getting a nickel, I'm happy with. Okay. That's like we could sell now, right? And if I had 1,000 shares in it, right? We're not trying to get crazy, but we're gonna go ahead and hold for stream, for chat, because we're looking for this crossover. Okay. We've got a huge up here. The low went down to 642, 645. It is kind of stair-stepping down. But there we go. There we go. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I'm not going to get too greedy. Let's take profit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, I do think that it'll go higher. Okay? That's just the... It could probably get like 690. What are you doing? I'm making money. I just made money. It is like gambling. It is. That's why I never really did this. But they're informed gambling. Look at this. Oh, it can break. 698 just removed his position. Okay, we crossed the MACD. Okay, on the 1 minute, but they're already selling. Okay. It's guessing with a bunch of indicators, a bunch of information, and you're guessing. Okay? But I'm up 10 cents. I'm up 10 cents for the day. Right? I think it could even break 7 here. Okay? But that 15 cents, okay? Look, this is a $6.87. So I couldn't get 1,000 shares because I've got like I only have like 4 or 5 grand liquid on here, and that would scare the shit out of me to take that big of a trade right now. Okay? But I'm mentally preparing for those size trades. Okay? So if we did 4,000, okay, divided by 6, we would have been able to buy 600 shares, right? Times 15 cents, we could have made $90 on that trade. Okay? Very quick, in and out. All right, now you do that 10 times, or if you get a bigger spread of 50 cents, and you're making $1,000 a day. But then you have to risk more. Then you take an extra and you risk more. You know what I mean? So that 10 cents, it may not be a lot. I'll see, but then what if you lose 20 cents? Right, so we're done on this one right now. We're on the low here. We're looking for the new low. We're looking really for breakouts. Okay, but that was a breakout here. Okay, and look, we called it. Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to increase my confidence. I'm trying to look for, breakouts and profit. Okay? By day trading. I know a lot of people that have lost their, not just their, I don't know them personally, but a lot of anecdotal of, they lost not only their money, but their family because they lost their money, right? And then they went in, they invested even more to try to get back out of it, but that's because they were gambling. The money in and auto sell when it goes back up, yeah. Always double down. Yeah, they were double down on their fucking family's future. That's why the only thing we've got in this account is money that we can lose. All right, this is our play money. But I don't want to lose it. You know what I mean? We're using it as a way to learn. What is this? 196. When did we see CYPH? It's been going fucking... Oh, but look at this. So why won't we get involved with CYPH? Look at this. 49K at 204. That means even now, like and even then, at $1.98, there's 14,000 shares. At $2, there's 19,000 shares. Okay, so, but there are a lot of buyers here too. So because it's a $2, right, people are putting a lot more shares in. But to me, it seems extremely unlikely to break that $2. Not saying that it can't. We've seen it all the time, but we've got a negative MACD on the 30-second, which doesn't. It just shows like the local sales, but we've crossed over on the 1 minute, which means we don't want to fuck with it. Okay, we can ride the wave. Okay. But no, that's not what we were taught. That's not what we want to look for. We're looking for something else. Okay? Now this one is just too radical for me. DXST, I can't fuck with it. What's up, Ellie? This one we don't want to fuck with at all. Look at this. It might have high volume. So what we're looking for is, like, what we really haven't found very much today, is we want it to have extremely high volume. I do have the MACD right here as well. Okay, we're looking at the guys that already have a huge change. Okay, at least 20% increase for the day. That means people are looking at the stock. And we're trying to find where the game board is for all the day traders. Okay, now there's a bunch of dudes playing with this one, but this one's, it's just out of my range. SDOT, $27 a share. I can't get a good enough position on this for it to matter. I could get like 100 shares, and at 100 shares, it does change enough, but I'd rather be able to get 1,000 shares, right? On like a 50-cent swing. So that's why we play around with these more. At these 650s. If I don't, I've been trying to train myself that there's like the FOMO of like, oh, I'm supposed to be here to make money. Why am I'm not taking trades? I'm missing out. And I'm trying to teach myself patience because when I don't want to have that mentality when I'm trading $10,000. you know, or $100,000 or whatever else. Right? So we're trying to do, you know, it's like when you learn this one still looks good. We probably just missed out on this one. Oh, there's a bunch of sellers. Would 245. It's not a huge range. But look at all these guys. It's not going up. You know it's not going up because every rung there's thousands. Now this could be one person. Okay? This could be a big boy just trying to spread his weight. Okay? So it doesn't look like, you know, this, but it's not. It basically means it's not going up. Right? We've hit our peak. Okay, even though this is up, this is up, this is up, those are indicators we want to see. Okay, but then we look at the ladder, we look at the tape, and there's a thing called Tier 2. Okay, which is one of the reasons why we want to get like a custom scanner. Because it can show you, these are the ones that are like proposed. Right, and then the Tier 2 shows you the executed, right? Which the buys and the sells that just happened, the tick, okay? And that Robinhood doesn't have that. I've tried you know, and with they do have some really cool AI features, but it just doesn't have that. But we can use this, and maybe we'll mess with it later. Because a couple of days ago, me and Joe were messing with this, okay? And we were able to make a custom scanner right here, okay? With a bunch of different things, with the 1 minute MACD, different market cap, and then we went to play with it again like 2 days ago. We clicked the button, and nope, now it's this. They removed it. So you can't make your custom scanners in here, at least with this anymore, but you can use your, you know, Claude or different things. So then we were looking into making our own, but then also we know that Cameron Ross has a really, really good custom scanner that he's made. We just haven't gone and downloaded it yet and messed with it, because I just wanted to get familiar with, you know, this is what we're messing with right now. How's MP? Is it just MP? MP materials. Looks like it's at 57. How much volume? Oh wow, it's got 2 million volume. So this is out of my like range for trading, just because of I'm not messing with like stock price, at least for my personal day trading. We're looking for low stock price. But on the 30-second, it's on the down overall. For August 3rd, it looks like it's been doing very well. Okay. It's down a total $2.25. Oh. Here, let's change this. That's 1 day. I'm going to change this to 5 minutes. Invest in it. So, recently it's been very bad. Around, basically, on market open, it took a massive shit. And then before that, it was kind of chilling. But it's about to turn around. You see this here? The histogram. Now, it doesn't mean that it will. But this is a really, really good indicator right here. If this flips over, if this blue line crosses this orange line, all right, we'll come back later and you'll see this is what we're looking for. Okay? When this blue line crosses this orange line, and here in the US to compete with China. Oh, nice. Cool, cool. and this crosses over, there's a breakout. It means it's going up. Could be a small breakout, but that's basically what we're looking for, is to be there during that time. Okay, so we can come back and we can watch this and see if it's what do we got here? We got maybe potentially like 740, 745. So this is the mistake I've made though. Okay? Is thinking, oh, look at this histogram. All right? And oh, look, it's finally, it's ending. It's coming to an end and it's going to go up. Right? So let me buy the dip. The problem is that's not true. It does look like it's going to, it's going to come back. It's going to go green, right? But then look what happened. Then it could still go more down. So what we're looking for is confirmation. But when you're looking for confirmation, it means you're late. Okay? Because it's already come back up. Right? And then it had a little bit of pullback and it's going back up. So you're cutting your potential profit, right? Like this right here. Okay? So we've got this. It goes down right here. This crosses. Very good. Okay? This is your confirmation that it's still going up. So we would have wanted to get in here around 705. Okay? And we would have probably sold here. So for 30 cents. But if we would have held longer, here's a pullback. All right, and then it got a new high. But that's 20 minutes later. Okay, so that would have been a 30-minute trade. Right there. Clickbait? Yo, what's going on? What's the clickbait? I believe I said trying something different. I've never done this on stream. You know what I mean? But this is what I've been doing. Just trying to learn it. Not saying I'm good. I should put, watch a dumbass lose all his money as the title. Because more swings. My goal is to try to do some high volume, high velocity, early morning from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. day trading. Be done by 9 and then do whatever the fuck we want. We could still play video games. You know what I mean? But take 1 to 2 trades. You know what I mean? And, not do a crazy amount of trades, but find something that meets our requirement, and try to make a couple quarters. I'm not fucking with futures. I'm not fucking with crypto. I'm not fucking with Polymarket. We're doing just the good old daily gainers. This right here. Okay. I'm doing anything that's above a 20% gain from a $2 to like a $14 stock. Okay? In that range, but with high volume. So we wouldn't fuck with this one because it's got 6 volume. We don't want 6 volume. We want fucking 110 million volume. Okay? Or at least 20 million volume. Because then it's moving. And when that volume dips, when it's no longer there, say, look, see how this one, PMI, it might say 10 million volume. Kick says you're playing Conan Exiles. That's funny. And I don't want to fuck with the pennies. Okay? Ingatos? I don't even know what that is. All right, so here, let's look at this one. Scythe is 193. Here, let's add this one to today. But now that I'm like talking to chat, I'm not like lasered in as I was. So we're missing, and we need to get a better scanner so that we can laser in a little bit more on what we want. But this one, is this? No. Okay. So this one is one we could try to get into in a little bit. As this comes up, it's not going to be a breakout, but as this 1 minute comes in, you see how it's going up? When this crosses over and this is still positive, then we have a potential entry. Oh, ingots. You're trading ingots. Okay. It's not losing, it's falling with style. There you go. So let's see. Oh, but then we didn't look at the ladder. Okay. So even if I was interested in this, okay, then we got to take this into consideration. At $2, there's still a 13K fucker. At 2.4, there's a 23K fucker. Okay. Why? I don't even know why there's so many people selling. But what that tells me is there's no room to break out. Okay. I'm looking for something that's going to pop 20 cents that I can throw in 1,000 shares. You know what I mean? And get my fucking quarter and dip. That's what we're looking for. Okay? And if it takes me all day to find it, that's fine. I don't need to be in. You know what I mean? But this is bad. At first I was looking at it. This is okay. Obviously we're a little late for it. You can see here that it's gone up. So we wanted to be here around 710. It's now 740. Okay. But seeing this, then it means, okay, well, then we've hit the low. We're coming back around. Okay. There's a potential for another breakout here. But then we look over here and that breakout is like 10 cents wide. So it's not what we're looking for. So let's move on. PMI, the one we started with, look at this. We bought in at, oh no, did we buy in at PMI? No, but we've been watching it. It just had a breakout. Massive breakout. We missed it. This was our fucking breakout. 440 to 490. Okay? Exactly what we were looking for. We're positive on the 5 minute right here. There's no way to tell. It went from here to here. Okay, in 1 minute. But right here, this is when we wanted to get in. Even here, this is when we wanted to get in. 7:32, 8 minutes ago. Okay? Because this right here shows that there's, okay, it didn't go up and then just go down. So we just fucking missed it. But what happened when the 5 minute blue line is above the orange and the 1 minute blue line is above the orange? This is what happens. Money happens. Okay? That's what we're looking for. Okay? It's probably it's frozen now. And look at this. You see this? There's not a lot of fucking orange. Okay? Not a lot of fucking orange means it's got room to grow. This bitch can go higher. We got 498 here. Okay? Not a lot of people are even looking at this. There's got to be a way. There's like, we can use special scanners, right? We need to spend some time in Claude Code, and we can make our own. We can make our own scanner with all those different alerts. You can do alerts. You're right. You can do alerts here.
Your screener alerts you.
Are there screener alerts? I don't think there's screener alerts. There's alerts, but not screener alerts. So here, let's see. Add new. So we can do rises above, crosses target, falls below. So it's not huge. And there's way better. There's like super custom programs that were made. The one that we've been looking at is from Ross Cameron. He's got one that's got icons for like fire, if it's got news, right? If it's gone up 5%, you know, from the last candle and all these things. We've been looking at it, but I haven't used it because I just wanted to get familiar with one thing first. You know what I mean? I'm very patient. I'm in no rush. Okay, I do want to see this fucker. So we could buy in on this. Let's look at the volume, 300K. Oh, but this is why you don't buy in. It went up to 5. Actually, it wouldn't have been bad if we would have sold right away. So everyone's going to sell for the most part. Here, we've got buyers. Not a lot of sellers. So it's going up a little. It could still go up. Look at this, going up 518, 520. And look, now we got sellers. It's going to bring it down. And now it's going to take a massive shit. Right? So, but learning, why did it get halted? You know? Why did it stop? We've been slowly learning all those things. If a stock goes up during the market, which supposedly they're going to be changing the NASDAQ, okay? That it's going to have like an afternoon open market too. $58 instantly? Yes. If we wouldn't have been able to buy during that halt time, but we would have been able to do a limit order. Okay? And we then instantly sell, and bam, there's $50, there's $100. You know, or if we did 1,000 shares, because $5 is within that range where we could do like 1,000 shares. We sold at $5.15. You know, that's 20 cents. So we're just playing with those pennies. But those pennies at 100 shares, at 1,000 shares, at 10,000 shares, you know, now there's the thing. Now look at this. Now there's a bunch of sellers, right? People trying to get in at different prices. 1,000 shares sounds crazy. 1,000 shares is where we want to be. 10,000 shares is where we want to be. Okay, that's where you actually start making money. 10,000 shares is like 50 grand. Do you have any RAM stocks? Negative. I don't have anything for long right now except for that Robinhood shit that I got in on the IPO. I had a bunch of Schwab, but I sold it so that I could play, so I have more liquid, so I could go in 1,000 shares. You know, because I have a certain amount of play money that we're going to use to, like, try to learn with. If I lose it, it's fine. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's going to suck. But it's what I'm willing to lose. We're so confident in AI. Look. This is what we're going to do. What'd you do with the wildcard stock? I sold it. I made a couple of hundred off of the wildcard stock. In my year to date, I'm up $800 for the year, which isn't a lot, I know, but you have to remember I'm playing in small amounts. Okay, and but I am positive. Where are we at? 490. So this is done. Right, we can't fuck with this anymore. Now we could try to ride the wave. What's up? What are you looking at?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm just doing BTCT. I'm trying to catch nickels. You know what I mean? I'm over here catching nickels.
Yeah, you're riding the wave?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's about to... It just flipped over. It's going up right now.
Yeah.
What are you
I
in
haven't
at?
ran the wave this whole time. Oh, I've been in and out. I've already made like a good 15, 20 trades.
Nice.
I'm up like $10 though. Like
Nice,
9,
nice.
13.
So Joe
Yeah.
likes to do more of like riding the wave, getting in low, setting a limit low, and then buying high. And honestly, that's probably the best. Is that Joe Biden? No, I want to be in Discord with Joe Biden. What do you think I am? And it's honestly like where you're gonna make more money during the day here, right? Because you just have so many more opportunities. Like right here. Are you in right now?
No, I'm just watching it. I'm just
Okay.
watching it.
So it just had a high of 48 and a low
Yeah.
of like 220. So you could do, because I'm talking to you, chat, and everything. I'm a little less focused on taking a trade right now. It's fine. We're looking, but this is what we're gonna be trying to do. Okay, is chilling, from like 6 to 9, and I am gonna try to find another trade. I've only taken one trade today. No, 2 trades,
Oh, bro.
and I'm up 10 cents.
Having pause.
But we could try riding the wave. This is a decent time right here on BT. And why BTCT? Look at the volume. 4.4 million. 2.8 million. Okay? That means we're getting activity. Lots and lots of activity. All right? And that's what you want for these. You know, you don't want to sit here for fucking, an hour and it doesn't do, you're poking it. Move. Do something. These are always doing something. Okay? This right here, light orange, means that sellers are slowly losing power. Okay, here on the 30-second, right here, it's going up. 230, the low is 226. Okay. 233. Here, we'll try, might be a little late. But we'll try getting in.
I think I just caught another nickel.
What are you in at?
Alright, I'm already out. I was in at 33 and out at 40.
Oh, nice, nice. So we're gonna try to get in at 233 as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but this is, you see how the 30 seconds is already losing strength? But this looks good here. This is tailing off. We have less volume. Okay, so we're in here. We're gonna try to ride the wave with Joe. I've made a mistake before copying Joe, but we're gonna do it because this right here, it looks like we could get a breakout. Okay, we're in low. We're gonna turn on this so we can sell right away. You wait for 230. We went in at 2. I've made the mistake multiple times, and so as Joe, where I think it was yesterday. Here it goes. Here it goes. And this is where, like, you just want to sell right away when you're like, oh, man. Where, like, I think it was the other day on Friday, he put a limit at 235. And it went down to 236. And then it went up 75 cents. And he was playing with like 100 or 1,000 shares. You know what I mean? So by 1 penny, he wasn't able to get in because he set his limit and missed out on that whole breakout. But we called it. You know what I mean? But 230, look, 230 seems about right here. Now it's down to 229. So I'm in a little early. And now this is bad, right? We were going here thinking, oh, it's trending this way. Okay? And then it took a massive sell at 225. Okay, it would have been amazing. We should have put it down 225, right? This is on a downturn here. So these are things we shouldn't even be in. These are not trades I want to be in. I want to be in. I want to be looking for breakouts, not downtrends. But it can be a lot of fun to ride the wave. You know, it's still going. It's about the same, and as long as we've got high volume, this one's 5 million, 3 million.
Let me see.
Oh, and of course, I didn't look at this. We could maybe make it to like 236, 238. But getting to 246... Yeah, this is bad. It's fine. When it's doing this, like I want out. You know, this is going down. We've got less and less volume every 5-minute candle. We got a hold, but a hold at 224. And I'm at 230. Yeah. And so we're at a bad position here. And it's only going to get worse. So we've got way too much risk. But and why did I go in? Orange Dude, what was that? Orange Dude is doing over 1,000 stock trades every month at hundreds of millions. Who's Orange Dude? Oh.
Oh, this is not good.
So this, yeah, now we're losing our nickel. Sometimes we got to just give back that nickel. You know? It's 230. We're right here.
Here we go. No. Not yet. Not yet.
But so I went in here, right? Because oh, look at this trend. And if it flips over, we get something. But that's the wrong mentality. At least that I want to have, because we want to see confirmation. I was in here like, oh, it's so close. But then it went negative. And then this means it's worse, right? It fought, it's worse. So we're in like a bad position for the last 5 minutes.
Here it goes. Nothing wrong.
But it does have an opportunity, and in 10 minutes, you know, or a few minutes to pop up. But we could have been in at 225. It went all the way down instantly. But I tried to get in at the local low, right? But now that we're fucking with this, I'm not looking for breakouts. It's about to take a massive shit right now. We should just sell, because it's about to drop.
Jesus.
20K at 226. I think we're selling. Otherwise, we're gonna be fucking negative, bro. Here, well, we won't, because it's a penny. We'll ride it. But yeah, this is about to take a massive shit. And we've got a huge 226. But look at the MACD right here at 5 minutes.
Here we go.
Okay, that means if that crosses over, it dies. It's going up here. Okay, hold on. Come
The
on,
fucking emotional roller
this is our
coaster.
chance. Okay, we're positive. We're positive. Come on,
This is gonna
we
be
could
fucking
we
the
could
fuck
sell,
out.
but no, we're holding. We're greedy. Come on. I could just get out now.
I'm out.
You're out.
No,
Oh,
no.
there we go. There we go. There we
I
go.
was out. I
Come on.
lied.
I'm
It
I'm
was out.
taking.
Take it. Run.
Yeah, I'm taking my. Oof.
Get out. Oh, wait, did you get it? Did you get the?
Yep, I got it.
What'd you get?
6 cents. Let's
No,
go.
what'd you sell at though? 40 or 38 or
39.
39? You got it. You got the high. I think. I think it's gonna just come right back down.
Okay, there we
Just
go.
have enough.
All right, but
You gotta
it does
the damn
have
mind. You gotta
it
have-
does have a chance to break out here. Okay.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think so. Like those fucking lines, dude. I was sweating for a minute there. But you gotta fucking. There you go. And then we just fucking. Now we wait.
But at 250, there's a 20K. Yeah, there's dudes that are throwing hundreds of thousands around. All right, I'm throwing pennies, but it's about getting
20
the
bucks.
experience. You know what I mean? $40 for the day, nice, bro.
20.
20, still good. You're doing
Yes,
100 shares.
Yeah. Some of them. I do 10s, 5s. You know, like, yeah.
Because it's my first day streaming, I'm just doing one stocks again, just because I don't want to have a bad day on my first day live, you know. But Friday was a good enough day for me to be confident enough to go live, and you know. But we're positive. We're positive 16 cents. When you're mega rich, I don't ever want to be mega rich. I think it ruins your life. I'm happy to be comfortable. But I did this, or we're learning this, because I wanted to do something different. And games were boring me. You know what I mean? But the main thing I wanted to do was I wanted to find out what like stock I wanted to get into for like long term, and I found that. I know that I'm very interested in this one. Okay, and just set this and forget it. You know what I mean? And that's my retirement plan, basically. I'm very happy with this one. But then, because I was hanging out talking with $35. Yeah, but look at it. Look at it all time. All right, it started out at 8, and over the last 5 years, 9 to 12% stock growth with a 25-cent dividend per share. Okay, I had it for just a little bit, and like this has been just like consistent over and over and over. It doesn't matter. You buy the dip. If it goes deep, then you buy those dips, because it's about the dividend return for me on this one. Okay? I think it's like, you know, a couple 100,000, but then you get, I think it was like around 430,000 to supplement your income by $2,000 a month for the rest of your life. Just on dividends, not including, you know, the share price increase from 9 to 12% yearly. You know what I mean? So I was looking to basically live off of dividends was my mentality. But I can't do that yet, right? So we got to do some day trading to get enough to be able to live off of dividends.
Are you still on
Do-
BTCT?
I'm looking around.
Okay.
Oh, this one's crazy.
I think
What is it?
it's dead now. I'm pretty sure it's dead now. You see anything moving over there? Any movement?
I'm looking at one chat told me to look at. I don't know. This one we have to go over. You're talking about this one? Robinhood doesn't give enough information on like stocks for information. So we have to look at other things, you know, for that. It does. Am I crazy that it doesn't show any of the dividends? And this will show all the news. But I don't see. Oh yeah, so it doesn't. I'm looking. I guess I'm interested in dividends for like long term. Or SpaceX. Or SpaceX. But let's see how SpaceX is doing. Drone company? Oh, okay. So that's high risk. High risk. But SpaceX is gonna be fucking insane. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, bro? Yeah, we've been messing around with stocks for like the last week or two just to learn. Okay? I haven't really fucked with options. I haven't really I like played with shorting just a little bit. But I'm very much a noob. Okay? Completely fine to say it. You know what I mean? I'm a dumbass when it comes to the stock market. But that's why I haven't been streaming for like the last week or two, because I wanted to learn. And do you know how hard it is to learn when you're distracted the whole fucking time? You know what I mean? So we took some time to learn some basic things to understand where I want to play in the market, what I want to look for, and take the time to like learn the patterns. I know what I'm now more confident in what I want to look for, right? Using certain indicators, I haven't taken a lot of trades today, but I'm okay with that. You know, I know where I'm looking. Where I'm gonna be at least. This is no good. And all of it's risk. All of it's risk, right? But the goal is to make as many unforced errors as possible. You know? And that's, but free, I didn't want to go live until I knew a little bit. You know what I mean? We're going to do something later. Again, I learned a little bit, and we're going to learn together. Okay, once this is done, we've got like maybe another hour and a half, and all the volume is going to be out of the market. But I've been up, I had to wake my ass up at 4 in the morning. Do you know how hard it was for me to get my life schedule that I'm up at 6 in the fucking morning? It took me over a week and a half. You can ask Joe. I was waking up at 9 p.m. because I couldn't get my schedule right. It took me over a fucking week and a half just to wake up at the right time. You know what I mean? And then, you know, we've been trying to learn, we've been trying to understand, and I'm starting to be at least slightly confident in understanding what I'm looking at least a little bit, where I can then tell you why I made a stupid decision. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm looking and I'm not finding anything. You see anything?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all, man.
More energy. I think I've got a.
No, I bought coffee, dude. You didn't hear me?
Oh, I've got tea, but I'm just talking like. I think I've got like a sleep problem. Because again, even today, I went to bed and I woke up like I'm not getting good sleep. I'm not getting good REM sleep. I think it might be because I'm fat, you know, my breathing and everything, whatever they call it. We may have to go look at that because I'm not getting good sleep. You know, and usually it didn't matter, right? Because I do fucking 20-hour streams. I'm up forever. And then when I finally sleep, I crash out so hard, it doesn't matter. You know? But then when I'm tried to like, okay, I want to be up, you know, at a certain time, I couldn't get you know, so I'm trying. But if I'm up sleep apnea. You know, I may have some sleep apnea issues. You know what I mean? But so we're trying to be more healthy. You know, I haven't had an energy drink in like over 2 weeks. I'm drinking green tea. I've got an energy drink in the fridge. You know, but we got a bread machine. Me and Joe have been making bread. What do you think about the bread, Joe?
Oh, the one on Robinhood or the
No, our bread. The bread we've been making. Oh, that bread. Yeah, the bread on Robinhood's pretty good. But we've been making fresh bread,
bro.
You know? So I've been...
green this whole time.
Yeah. Let's
But
see
yeah, if
here.
you can make an extra $1,000 a month, dude, off of this shit, I think you're okay. You know, take it, you know, do what
The
you
house
do.
smells great. Yeah, I love the fresh bread. We've just been making plain white bread, but I want to do like lemon poppy seed bread. You know, I want to do, you know, like different breads and doughs. We made dough. Oh, we're gonna make dough today. We're gonna make pizza dough today. What's the plan, right?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm down. Down as fuck.
So we're gonna make some pizza dough today, and mess with that. Pizza dough's super easy, yeah. What are we watching today? We've been learning high volume, like early day trading. So we don't care about the news. We don't care about the name of the fucking company, whether they sell shovels or fucking drones. You know what I mean? What we care about is that there's high volume. There's a decent percent change. Okay? And we're looking to get in at the right time. We're doing short, very, very short, like, timed trades. Okay? We're looking for this. Basically. Well, not this one specifically. Here, let's find one. But there's only like the opportunity is only available a couple times a day. Yeah. Like now it's going to be hard to find it. Okay? But I've been watching a guy called Ross Cameron on YouTube. You don't care about the news, that's how you lose money. No, see, you misunderstand me. News is a great indicator, okay? But like I said, I've been watching Ross Cameron for like the last 2 weeks. He does like a daily YouTube thing of his trades. This is his, Warrior Trading, okay? And if you're familiar with it, for the last 2 weeks, one of his 5 pillars of the trade, okay, was their news. In the last week and a half, most of his trades that he did was no news. So he says, again today, there was no news, because a lot of these are fucking China stocks, okay? A lot of these, it's the board game of the day, okay? So it doesn't matter whether there's news. And, again, from what he said, and I know you don't want to listen to people on the internet, but I've looked at his record and his honesty, and his receipts, and he shows like what people that have been cheating the market do, is they use the news to do this, and it's not against the rules, to do mass shorting, okay, where they short 50 shares, and as it goes up, they shorted 100 shares, and then as it goes up, they short 200 shares. He's doing a challenge now of like $2,000, and he's up to $80,000 in 33 days. I'm using his strategy, okay? And he's shown it, proves it day after day. Not only that, I can look at this shit and I can see the same thing, okay? But for the last week, 4 out of his 5 days, his trades were not on news. He does check the news, okay? But almost every single fucking time, he said this one doesn't have news. So when I say I don't use news, it would be good to. Robinhood isn't a great, what I have set up isn't great for news, okay? I can put up the Asset Insights, and it's dog shit on Robinhood, okay? It's just terrible. Now, we can go over to FinViz, and we can go over here, and we can say, okay, what are we looking up? Let's say BTCT's been doing crazy. You know, it's dog shit. So we can go here, and this is a little bit better for news, okay? And we can see, it doesn't even really matter the news, more as long as it's somewhat positive news, right? So you're right, look. It's up 100%. Okay? But what I'm trying to say is that there are people gaming the news. That a lot of the times, look, BTCT has news, okay? But there are people that are, and it's not against the rules, but they're shorting the news on purpose, okay? Because they know it's news, because you know that it's going to be, they know it's going to be going up, they short. And then they double down on the short. Then they double down on the short. Then they double down on the short. And then when it finally flips over, that higher one, okay, covers all of their lower positions. Okay? But then they fucked the traders like me, or like what I'm trying to do is ride the wave. You know what I mean? So and with these, yeah, crypto, I don't want to fuck with crypto. I don't want to fuck with futures. I don't want to fuck with like, we're going to be very, very, very specific. Okay? In at least the beginning here. You know what I mean? Why? Because I'm trying to still master it. I'm still trying to learn the one thing I'm trying to make muscle memory. You know what I mean? I'm trying to recognize the things and lower increase my accuracy, lower my what is it called? Forced errors. Okay? And if that means I don't take a lot of trades, that's fine. I'm not trying to take a lot of trades. Now, it is fun, and I love hearing Joe's on, my roommates here, he's playing with the pennies, riding the wave. Okay, and it's a lot of fun. You can make a lot of money buying here at 22, selling at 34, taking 10 cents. You know what I mean? And you could do that 100 times. Okay? You know what I mean? Finding the local low. I've done it, and it's great. And it's a lot of fun. You know what I mean? But what I want to do is try to recognize these breakouts. Okay? What I want to do is see when... Yeah, and this can be a lie too. There's a lot. So this is... Look at this fucking crazy shit. And if I'm not, you know, like, if I'm not successful, that's fine. You know what I mean? But at least I've become more knowledgeable about the market over time. For the LARP, yo, what's up, Reformed? I'm more of a swing trader. I don't even know what that means. Multi-day, oh, so that's what I was doing before. That's what we were doing with HIMS. I'm bullish on HIMS, even now. Okay? Super bullish on HIMS. I think come 2027, this is going to double in market price. Why? Oh, here, let's go back to FinViz. Because of their position in the market for peptides. 2027 is going to be the year of the peptides in America. Okay? The FDA, or here, FDA peptides. FDA approved drug or proven safe, effective agency. However, FDA advisory panel voted to recommend adding 6 popular peptides. BPC 157, KPV, which I never even knew about, TB 500, MOTSC, epithelion, and Semix to the 503A bulk list to allow legal compounding within America. Okay? I did, War. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and the thing is it's good because there's a lot of market manipulation that happens outside of that trading time. And so what they're doing is they're reining in. Okay? Yeah, I held Snail for a few months, and I doubled up. I 2x'd on Snail. Now, it was a small amount, right? But I 2x'd on Snail. I made a couple hundred off of HIMS. You know what I mean? I bought in at 27 here. And we ended up selling. But I think HIMS is going to go... HIMS will probably hit 80 in 2027. Are you up all time? I am. But I'm very, very, very limited. Okay, on my trades. Well, except for this fucker. So RVII, we can look at RVII here. I'm down on RVII right now. This is my... Again, I haven't been doing a lot with this account, but that's my year to date. Okay? Which I know it's not a lot, but you have to understand that I'm doing small amounts to learn and understand. Okay? We put in a couple of grand to play with, and I'm afraid to lose. I'm afraid to lose money. So I'm not crazy about it. I don't take crazy trades. Even though I'll sit here and I'll make like calls with Joe, and I'll be like, oh, this is going up. And we'll watch it go up 50 cents. You know what I mean? I'm not doing a good day or time of it here because now I'm not focused on the actual trades. But for the last week, you know, Monday through Friday, I was sitting here with Joe, and we were making calls. You know what I mean? Oh, it's going to go up. But Friday was the first day, okay, that I used 100 shares on each trade. Okay? And I made $22. I think we are going to get on Reddit, yeah. I've wanted BPC 157 and TB 500, but I wasn't willing to buy it. Okay? Because it wasn't approved. I like to be a stickler for rules. You know what I mean? Now that BP 157, TB 500, I don't even know about KPV, but I like a lot of these, 100%. Okay? There's the one that they didn't. So 2027 is the year of the peptide. I do want to take a big position on HIMS. Why HIMS? Because even though they have an FDA lawsuit right now, okay, because of how they go direct to consumer, their position in the market as an app where you can buy all your peptides, their associations to Walmart and Target and everything else, they are going to be in this. Just don't fucking invest in this. I don't want you to be pissed off that you lost your money because of me. But I think that HIMS is going to blow the fuck up. Okay, why? Because they were assholes. Absolute assholes. When it came to positioning themselves with the GLP-1s. Okay? They settled with Novo. They did shit, which is against the rules. Okay? They were the reason why the GLP-1s got cheap. The day after Novo came out with a pill, they had their own version. Okay? And because of the way the peptides work, they can make it a salt and do a little add something to the end of it, and so it's not the same thing. So you can't really sue them for it. You're not going to win because it's not the same thing. But they settled out of court with Novo for the GLP-1s, but come peptides, there's no no one owns the IP for that shit. Nobody. Okay, and it's not possible. And they're in the position in the market to be able to fucking mass produce it. Now, they do have a lawsuit with the FDA. They'll figure it out, whether they have to take a fine, whether they have to change. The lawsuit is they'd take your order, take money, and then you'd see the digital doctor. When the law is you need to see the digital doctor and then they can take your money. So whether they've got to take your payment on pause, you see the doctor, and then the money goes through, right? That's the technicality, right? So then their thing took a shit because of it. I don't know exactly when it was, probably around here. But they're positioned, and they're buying their 503A. Okay, hair loss stuff. They're big into. They're in the compound market, compound pharmacy. 503A, 503B. Okay, they lost the GLP war. One, because the market came out of GLP-1 because of Retta. Right, Retta is just fucking insane. And so, but they're positioning themselves for when the FDA approves all the new peptides. They're going to hit the ground running. Okay? They will have capacity. That's their whole focus, is when peptides are available to sell, they're going to sell direct to consumer. And they're basically, you're going to be able to buy it from an app. You know what I mean? That's what I believe. Now, they're only going to everyone's going to do it. They might only get 20-30% of the market, okay? Because every pharmaceutical is going to be, your grandma is going to use peptides, your fucking high school track runner is going to use peptides. All your bodybuilders are going to use peptides. You know, your middle-aged dad's going to use peptides. Every fucking person will use peptides. Your gamer bros, you know, everyone. And so there's a huge boon. There's the AI market. We're going to use peptides. If I could have, you can ask my roommate. I even asked one of my roommates that goes to the gym all the time if he knew a guy that could get the TB500. You know? Because it's called the Wolverine stack. Okay? Now,
BP-157 and TB500.
yeah. The Wolverine stack has been around for a very, very, very long time. So we have literally 50 to 100 years of people using it. Okay, we have a lot of informal information about it. Anecdotal, if you will. But it's enough for me to be confident that it works. What's crazy is its origin. Do you guys know Pavlov? Pavlov's conditioning, right? You guys have heard of that? Well, do you know he's the one that originally found the Wolverine stack? Oh, what is this? Okay. Dog and a bell, yeah. But what he didn't, that's what we know him for. Do you know what else he did? Besides with those dogs? Is he stuck a fucking hole in their stomach and extracted their stomach juices. And he sold it as a panacea in Russia. Okay? That is the origin story of the Wolverine stack. He had fucking holes in these dogs as well, sucking out their stomach juices. Okay? Nearly 100 years ago. Now some bros near Russia, in Croatia, they see this, right? And it's a common panacea in Russia. Okay? And they recognize that it works. Okay? So they say, well, what's causing it? And so then these are scientists in Croatia, they narrow it down to what we now know as BP-157. Okay, and TB-500 is a little different, but the original BP-157 was, they narrowed it down from dog gut juice, okay, to this. And we have our own version, BP-157, in our gut. The crazy thing is when you get into the science of this BP-157, okay? There are studies that are done, and again, this is all colloquial. This is all anecdotal, okay? But there are anecdotal studies where people that when they have big burns, okay, third-degree burns, a lot over their body, what is the problem isn't the recovery of the burns. You actually get stomach ulcers. Explain that to me. You get stomach ulcers because of your burns on your arm. And the stomach ulcers are what cause the problems and cause people, you know, to not be able to recover. Okay, but when they gave him this dog juice or this BP-157, they didn't get the stomach ulcers. And their burns healed better. Okay? And what that tells me is that your stomach is actually a source of your healing. Okay? That all of your gastric juices is a creator of these BP-157, and it's spending its power, its life force, its energy so much trying to heal your body or your wounds that it hurts itself. Okay? Your stomach is selfless in the sense of trying to bring you back to homeostasis, that it hurts itself. But with more BP 157, and if you were to use TB 500, it would help, but that does something different. And so by giving your body more of this, okay, it prevents the stomach ulcers, which is the problem with burn victims, okay, because your other systems are going out of whack, so it's able to keep it, maintain it, and then the body's able to heal more. The reason why it's called Wolverine Stack is because of the fucking healing. I want better healing, 100%. But then that's one peptide, right? It's a protein. And GLP-1s, they're the same thing. It's a peptide, right? So we're now finally, you still in GG? Yeah, I haven't been active. But I was AFK on server, waiting for the next time they were gonna attack. But we, what the fuck? But I haven't been in the mood to play video games. Is the truth. You know what I mean? But if we get attacked again, I'll be there. Well, see, this is why we've been doing this off stream. Because now, look what happens. I'm rambling. I haven't done fuck all. But I haven't seen you guys in a while. So I'm just talking. Do you like the genre? I was watching some Mistfall Hunters. I missed out on Mistfall Hunters. I thought that would be fun. I did see War Dogs just came out, and people are playing that. I'm not sure what I know what we're gonna do after this. I've got something else planned, but I'm already halfway through with my tokens. So we picked up. We've got more learning. I've been having fun learning, which is a rare thing to do when you're playing video games. And we downloaded this because me and Joe were talking about making our own scanner. Okay. And then I downloaded this, and then I started watching YouTube videos. And we're talking about SpaceX is gonna put fucking AI in the sky, that they project that in 30 months the majority of their income is going to be from like AI and data centers, not from being the best fucking spaceship producer in the fucking world. So we talked.
Interrupt you, bro.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
just called the biggest short right now. Like literally.
You shorted?
No, I didn't. I didn't, but I knew it was coming. Like it was crazy.
On which one?
The BTCT. It went down like 50 cents right now, and I was like, "Whoa, man! Like, look at this indecision." Like,
I'm not fucking with that one. Well, this is crazy.
Yeah. No, but it was just like remarkable how like I just had the thought, and then all of a sudden it just fucking tanked. Crazy.
Yep. Looks like
it was a strong feeling too. Oh wait, we might have some platinum.
Are you trying to ride the wave on this one? You gotta let it recover before you go in. See, these are I can't fuck with these.
Yeah.
This one's wild. Well, what am I looking at here? I'm looking at the 1 day on fucking up. Well, we don't want to be in these very long. You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
If we're in these like even 20 minutes, I'm stressing.
Yeah. it's already been 2 hours too, and the volume has
Um,
like been
RSI, what we're looking at is basically the daily gainers, and I'm looking for high volume daily gainers of at least 20%. So I'll go down here to like even down here, and I'm looking for like this, you know, seeing if like obviously this one's no good, you know, but so that's basically where I'm at. $2 I can play with, you know, and then we're looking. Oh, I didn't even look at the volume of this one. But 300K. Okay, MACD's positive. So potentially we could look at this one. And if we're like there at the right time, like this one already doesn't look good. What the hell is that one on? Oh, that one's on 1 hour. Let's change that. And what I'm looking for is basically to catch the 5 minute. Up to you. I don't even know what RSI is. You're talking about this? I'm not familiar with RSI. Relative Strength Index. Okay. Asset is overbought. Okay. It's oversold. Well, I'll have to practice. That's new to me. You're saying it's another indicator? There, you can get bogged down with too many indicators. But we can look. I'm down. I've tried a bunch, and so far these are the ones that I play with. I play with the MACD. You also need to understand what it's saying. You know what I mean? But I can see that it plays with this very much. But 74.5, I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? But I'll leave it for a little bit. I do see that it does play with the MACD. You're right. I like the histogram with the MACD because it tells you like the buying power, the selling power, when like it's losing strength. You know what I mean? And like it's right here. Here, how do you tell on this that you're getting this breakout? You know, you can tell here, and then you can use this to tell you how long it lasts, and when this crosses over, you know that it's basically spent, right? Because this is 5 minutes behind. And then this is the 1 minute that lets you know the trend. I don't know if I have VWAP on here. I do have VWAP, but should be a different color. Like VWAP isn't very useful. What do I have? I have pink. It's more useful like after all the craziness. If you're trying to ride the wave a little, you know? But otherwise it doesn't really help very much. But these give you, you know, just the average price over the last periods of time. This one's weighted by volume. And then we mainly try to focus the 1 minute and the 5 minute. But I can see that it trends with the MACD, but I don't know how to correlate it at all. Like it says 74.48, but we'll leave it and see if I can't understand, because you can have all the indicators, but then you're like, one of them that I was using for a little bit was the BB, the Boolean bands, right? Because that's basically what the 9 EMA is, and then you've got this, and it kind of gives you an idea of your high and lows, you know? Like if it goes outside, then it's a good time to sell. If you almost look anytime that it goes outside the band, right? But then what it also does is it tells you if it's below, it's a good time to buy. You know what I mean? Any time that it's below, you know that you're below the average. Now, it's not always useful, right? Here, this whole time, it hasn't been good. But then it's like indicator bloat. You know? We've got way too much shit on the screen. So, at least for now, I'm trying to, like, do less is more, you know? Warning you that unless it is stretched too far is the confirmer, yes. Confirming whether a true trend reversal is happening. Well then, if that's the case, then you don't want this on your 5 minute. Okay? Because your 5 minute is your confirmer. Okay? You're gonna want this on your 1 minute. Because it's telling you that trend. And that makes sense here. Okay, because now the MACD's gone below, right? And it's trending down. Okay? And so basically when it starts trending down, you know you've hit the local high. You know what I mean? You're not gonna, it's not, I think the 30-second can be a big liar sometimes, you know, because 30 seconds a little too fast. But that's interesting. We'll have to see. We need more. I do like the 30-second though, or sometimes going down to the 10-second when you're riding the wave. You know, but I don't. I go off of the 5 minute, the 1 minute, the ladder. Okay, that's what I'm practicing. And then the 30-second is, let's find something else. We'll go back. This one still has high volume. Because this one, you can really get the local lows and highs. We're going from 210 to 220, so we've got a range of 10 cents. It is on the positive. We see that here, that it's on the positive, kind of tapering out. But we're on a negative MACD on the 5 minute. So if anything, we would be taking just... but here we've got we've hit the lowest of low. I've been watching, that's why we haven't been streaming. Because we've been watching Thinkorswim 100%. Yeah. Every day in like, you know, we can watch it today on, well, no, I think he put out like a message saying he's not going to have his thing today. But Ross Cameron, we've been watching him. Yeah, every day. Learning like what these fucking candles mean. Isn't Thinkorswim, he's Warrior Trading? I swear he used that term. Yeah. I mean, he posts on YouTube. So I haven't gone to like that thing, but I do watch his updates on YouTube. But I haven't done the 2-week trial or whatever I want to for his scanner. His scanner is amazing. We downloaded Claude just to like maybe copy his scanner. You know what I mean? But me and Joe were discussing, you know, whether one of us should get the 2-week trial so that we could gain access to the scanner. And if we like it, you know what I mean, try and duplicate it on through Claude. can build formulas in using Claude. Yeah. That's all new. You know what I mean? Like every step is new and unexplored. So it's one step at a time. And that's what we've been doing. You know, the fact that I can have a conversation about it, that I know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? That I even know. You know, we're slowly trying. That's why I'm not doing big trades. You know, I've been doing it for like a week or two. Friday was my first day of doing like 100 shares. And I felt confident enough to go live and be like, I'm still a fucking idiot, but I can at least tell you that, you know, what this candle means. You know, I know what MACD is. I can look at and we're having fun. The thing is I always, the reason why I never really got into the stock market is I still hate money. You know what I mean? I have a big disdain for money. And like spending all of my time wanting more money, trying to get more money, that was never the direction I wanted for my life. I'd rather be poor and happy. You know what I mean? But I wanted to learn something, and I could use a little more money. You know what I mean? A little more money wouldn't be bad. But I didn't want to have a personality or a life that worships money. You know what I mean? But I'm having fun because there's a lot to learn. You know, and I feel like there's enough information out there that I can, and it would be cool. I would be very cool if I said, hey, I made $1,000 today. Even if I made $200 today. You know what I mean? That's more than I make on a daily stream. So if I could stream making $200, oh man, that'd be fucking cool. You know why? Because I'm not having fun playing video games right now. That's why we haven't gone live. I've been waiting for, you know, like, I can go play Ark, but I'm dissatisfied with Ark. You know? And there are, like, look at SGLY. I think I was in SGLY the other day. Pretty sure I traded SGLY, like, on Thursday or Friday. It's already dying. It's in a current death spiral. But this is cool to see. I do see how that can be useful. But this is bad. You know? But the thing is you have to understand that, like, my identity as a streamer is Ark. Love it or hate it or whatever else, you know what I mean? I went and played another game, and they're like, are you the guy from Ark? You know? And so, like, that being part of your identity, it took me over. Look, I haven't been live for 3 weeks. It took me a long time to want to go live and do something else. You know? And right now I feel good about it. I haven't looked at fucking how many people are watching. I don't even want to know. You know what I mean? I'm having a conversation with some people in chat that's good enough, and I'm doing what I wanted. I wanted to share that I learned something. You know? You think it's gonna go up to 3? What's telling you it's going up to 3? But we're gonna do something different. We're almost done here. 9 o'clock. If we look at the volume, like from 6 to 9. Now, again, I didn't do shit today. We lost money because of this dog shit thing. I've made 16 cents today. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I took 2 trades and I'm up. 16 cents. It's fine. Okay? I'd rather be accurate than not. We could have taken a lot more trades. But we're gonna, in time, we'll do, stocks are limited time, the high volume stocks are. Okay, if we look at this, most of these, so here's the like big traders for the day. What ends up happening is you get these and then they'll peter out. It still has time. Okay, but we'll get these big boys. This is what we're looking for. We want to be here for this. Okay, we were here for this. 7 o'clock. We didn't take this trade. Even if we would have taken the trade here, we could have, got another 60 cents. And now for the rest of the day, it's going to just peter out. Okay? And then out of like 20 of these...
Once you're done with that, dude, you're done. That's it.
No, this is like 4 days realized is what I made today. Okay, year to date realized is what I've made recently. Okay? So, I've only made 16 cents today. I've only taken 2 trades. I'm only doing 1 stock because I'm afraid to lose money. You know what I mean? And now I'm fucking distracted with you guys and I'm just going over what I learned. You know, getting you guys up to date. But I do want to take good trades. You know? But I'm just kind of going over my practice, my mentality, and this is what we want to see. We're late on it, right? But so we're looking for, you see how it pops up on here, it goes green, this line crosses over here. We want to see this on the 5-minute, and we want to see it on the 1-minute, okay? And we want to make sure that it's going up, and then we buy in, and then we sell before it starts going down. You know what I mean? But understanding that, catching it, right? So it happened 20 times today, and we saw it twice. Okay? So here, this is already tipping over. If we go here, we see that it's gone down. All right, MACD's down negative. So now it's just gonna do a little wave. It's gonna have a new high, new low, but it's gonna slowly kind of, over time be less and less. Okay, that's what these high daily gainers have been doing. Now, and then there will be a few of them that'll have another breakout. Okay? But it's finding out which ones they are. Okay? But and recognizing and being there at the right time. Okay? It's always a gamble. Well, where was that one? So like this one, we don't want in it, right? And now what we need to do is we get a better scanner so that we can find those things faster. Now, see, the thing is sometimes these have low volume. Okay? It's still 20%. It doesn't have a lot of volume, but there's a herd mentality that goes on. Okay? Because there's a lot of people. Fuckers from India. Fuckers from China. Fuckers from South Korea. Europe. All the USA day traders. We're all looking at these goddamn scanners. Okay? And when it all comes together, there's a lot of people that are jumping on it. Okay? And so there's a herd mentality in the day trader, and there's a focus. There's some that I've seen that have all the right stuff, but they don't get the volume. Why? Because people are looking at another 1 or 2 other stocks. You know what I mean? And so even if it's all right, all the indicators are right, doesn't mean that it's going to pop off. But if you look at these lower volume ones, I've seen some that are at like 50K volume that have gone up. Like this one's a bad example. That have gone up, and then they'll go from 2,000 volume right here. This right here is the last candle's volume. So how many trades? So this one's only had 2,100 trades. But sometimes you'll see, like when the MACD crosses, okay, it might have like 22,000 trades. And then the next candle has 200,000. And then the next candle goes up to 1.4 million. Why? Because it went on everyone's fucking scanner. And everyone's jumping in. Okay? So that's what we're looking for. We're following the herd. Okay? People say ape strong, right? There is an ape strong together thing happening all the time. Now there's people that game that system too. Okay, if we go and you watch the ladder, there's dudes that I've seen, okay, that they're trying to sell, so they try to put a false floor. Okay? They'll put like a big number down here. Okay? And it could be an algorithm, it could be just a person. And so that it gives you confidence that it's only the lowest it'll go is here. So it helps people like try to push it up so that it can get to up here where they're selling 1,000 at a time. You know what I mean? And then as it gets close to that, you'll see that pulled out. They'll rip the floor from underneath you too, and then it'll drop. So you gotta, this is a good indicator, but there's people now that's against the rules. But in this high volume shit, good luck fucking getting in trouble for it. You know what I mean? Now you've got a big buyer here, right? So this is not what we're looking for at all. Okay. Now, though, look at the MACD. I don't want to fuck with this one at all. Look at what is going on with this. Okay. But look at the MACD. It's positive. All right. This is what we want to see. This I don't like at all. But look at this. This is positive. So these are both good positions. Let's see. 237. Okay. But what's the volume? Volume 670K, which is good. Okay. But what the fuck is this? Okay. But let's see. Can you even buy this? Oh, shit. Okay, market. Yeah. You can't even buy. I had this on. That was very bad. Trading is temporarily halted. Okay. But this thing could blow up. Okay. So what we can do, just for fun, is we're going to buy, let's see, we're at 237, 8K, 4K, 237. We'll go for 239. Okay. This is exactly what you're not supposed to do. Okay. But for fun, we're going to do it. Why? MACD's positive. We're positive here. We put in a limit at 239. Okay. To try to buy it a little bit above. We've got a big seller at 250. Okay. But it's done this up and down to $1.50. So it probably crashes here and we lose $1. Okay. So these are like the worst things. Same thing here. But the other day I was in one of these and it went up $2. You know? So these are a big, big gamble, especially when the market's halted. But, you know, it's gambling. It could be fun. They halted it because it went up too high at once. But we've got this. And the reason why this is going on is because it came up on people's scanners. So now it's on the playing board. and there will be 20, 30 stocks on playing board for the day. Okay? And who knows, and depending on the momentum, the price and everything, and people are just, they've got their strategies, you know, they're different things. We should just remove this. This is stupid. We never want to do this. And especially with it looking like this. Absolutely retarded. We're going to do it anyways, because it's just one stock. It's $2. But look, now we've got a big seller at $2.40. But we got people all the way up to $2.50 buying. Okay, these guys, these are all orders ready to execute. Now, there does look like there's more sellers, but this is, everyone's putting in their ante. Okay? When it comes back, you know, what are we doing? MW4 Monster, what, Modern Warfare 4? I haven't played a first-person shooter in a minute. I don't know. They don't last very long. I do enjoy FPS, but like only for a little bit. As fuck, and I only invest long term now. But that's the goal. Is I was investing long term, and then because we were talking about it with Joe and doing some stuff, then we got a little interested more in day trading. But my goal is not to day trade, though we're doing it now because it's interesting. My goal was to just do long term dividends. You know what I mean? But it was fun to learn. And as soon as you lose interest, right? As soon as it's no longer fun, right? I know from investigating, there's a lot of people who've done it for a long time, and now they don't do it because of their mental health, right? Because it makes you, you know, it fucks with you. And that's when it's time to stop, right? But because I'm still, you know, I'm playing with pennies and I'm learning, it's fun. You know what I mean? And I'm playing with disposable income, right? If it's my only source of income, then and I gotta pay rent with it, then it's gonna stress me the fuck out. You know, and as long as it's not that, then it's fine. But because it's like, you know, we're learning. And if you've done it for a while, puts me in the best position ever, because I get to glean from you guys. You know, I get to learn from you and everyone else in chat who hasn't fucked with it. You know, the great thing about the internet is, like, the only reason I'm as good, however good you want to call me, on Ark, is because of chat, because of you guys. Because of bouncing off ideas. Because of, I never knew that. I never thought of that. And then that brings another question. You know what I mean? So it is because of the collective that I've been able to be... Oh, it's selling. I didn't make my limit buy. What'd we put it at? 239? Did it instantly... Oh, let's just get rid of it. That's bad. Oh, went back up. Did it already stall? Yeah, see, this is why I don't fuck with these. You're gonna spend all your time, but this one is number one. 470% up. Right? But just because it's up that much, one, it's probably already done for the day. Right, and this is what I mean about petering off, or whatever you want to call it. Look how it's just kind of now, and you can ride this wave, right? 920 to 7. That's insane. I mean, that's an insane loss. 750 to even if you got out at 880, that's an insane trade right there. And that was within 5 minutes. Okay? So you can make insane money just off of these, these little candles. Okay, but what we're looking for is the confirmed, the for sure breakout. Because there's no for sure that this isn't gonna fucking go from here to here, At power hour, you're golden. That's what I want to do. Even now, at 9 o'clock, you can tell it's about spent. Okay? So I'm trying to like breathe in the market. You know what I mean? I'm trying to understand the market. And at 9 o'clock, the majority of that energy is gone. All the Coke dudes in the UK, they're already done, you know what I mean? All the fucking Coke dudes in the East Coast, they're going to lunch. You know what I mean? But you will still get like this one might break out here again. Look at this. So it's currently going down. This is interesting here. Okay, because it's saying that we've got the MACD positive. Okay. But this is on a downtrend, which that's hard to see here because this is showing an uptrend here. Okay, but in 10 minutes, so this is where I make the mistake. Okay? Where I've made the mistake. Where you see this, and you see, okay, this has gone up. ARK day trading, yep, we're selling fucking dino stocks. Well, here, I don't have snail. Except for you don't want to trade snail games. That's how you lose money. So then I see this, and I'm like, oh, this is when I want to go in. Right? Because look at this trend. And if it goes for another 10 minutes like this, then we're going to have a huge breakout so I can buy on the low. And that can happen. Okay? That can happen. But it can also not happen. You know? But we can try. This is the... Problem is, I can't... Not a big fan of... So 243. And we went all the way down to 215. 230 is the open here. 237. So we're still around 230 on this, which has been pretty common, right? But then you have the low of fucking 184 and the high of 243, which that's not enough range for me. I generally want like at least a 20, like a quarter range. You know? If I can get a quarter range, then maybe we'll play with the wave. But this looks like it's leveling out. So it doesn't look good. But if we come back to BTCT at 230, remember BTCT at 230. We'll come back in 10 minutes and we'll see if this crosses over. Okay? Now there is an uptrend here. Okay? But that's just because it took a massive shit at 2. But this is curving around. And we basically, we want to get in when this flips. Not like you want to get in before, but getting in before means you're not confirming. You know what I mean? So it means that we're not in at the low. It was the ONN, Omni News Network. Yeah. But so that's number 3. National Weather Service. But there's not a lot of crazy ones today. That's the thing. Sometimes there's just not what you're looking for. And I'm trying to teach myself, not to have FOMO. If I don't get any trades, then that's fine. I'm trying to, we could sit here and ride the wave and get those quarters, nickels, but that's not what I'm trying to learn. BTC is down to 227, but it's still on the proper trend. So this might, or it went down to 225. But we want to see if and when this crosses, we're going to go. Okay? And see if we, as long as this is trending up and this is positive. So we're waiting on BTCT right now to see if we're right. Right? We want high accuracy. Now this is the biggest problem. We didn't look at this. Okay? Even if it's all right, we got 7K, fucking 10K at 244. We might be able to push 10 cents. 12K at 230. There's going to be a massive sell-off. So that it may not even come. But we're going to watch it. The previous trend, you can go to the beginning of the day, which is pre-market now. So around 4 o'clock, and then the market opened. The market opens twice. What's up, Robert? The market opens twice. Basically, at 4 o'clock, shit gets crazy, and then at 6:30, shit gets crazy. Okay, so there's been a lot of times where, if you want to get these, you got to be here at 4 in the morning. Okay. 14 months, what a badass. What a bro. And I tried it for a couple of days. But you got to use only limit orders. And I fucked up a couple of limit orders. Because you have to do both limit buys and limit sells to participate in this pre-market. But these daily gainers, they're real weird. They're not like normal stocks, right? There's a subsection. I've taken some time to learn a small part of the market, and we've been playing around with these high volume, high volatile, early morning day trading. I don't know, it's interested me, I guess. And so that's what we've been doing. So waking up early and just seeing if we can understand it. You know what I mean? And that's what we're doing here. We're waiting to see if this goes. We can see that what was it, RSI? I don't think it helps me here. I think it'll be good on the 1. So I can get rich, right? the thing is like the trade window is sometimes like you're in and you're out within 6 minutes. Anytime it's above 70, it's overbought. When it gets below 30, it's oversold. Okay. Okay. Let me write that down. So this one's at 52. But that's weighted on the whole day, right? So I think we'll keep it on the 1 minute and see. So it's showing that it's dying here, which is fine. Which this is still going in the right direction here. But so we're waiting on this one. So this might be a good time. I do think that it'll still go lower. So we're waiting. I'm not positive that it's going to turn. So we're waiting on this one, but we're watching it for our entry point. Yeah, what's up, Famaz? So again, this one, but we don't like seeing that. But this is good. So we got like another 10 minutes on this one as well. Over 14 days. Okay. Over 14 days? I don't know if it makes sense. We want it over just the... Do we want it over the day? Because all of these are daily gainers. You still have some money? Nice. Yeah, I'm not trying to gamble as much. Oh, look, this looks good. As much as I'm trying to understand. I think this one's good. What do you think here? 435? It's on a downtrend here. This might, so like, I'm tempted to buy this, okay? It's at 435. The EMA is 434. The 20 EMA is 437. Okay. Already down 30 fucking... Or 5 cents from there. Okay, well now, that doesn't look good. But we don't have a lot of people in the way. But what's the volume? Oh, but the volume's low. The volume's really not that good. This has a chance for a big breakout here. So we could have bought this at 430. All right, we're looking for the breakout, though. We don't have a lot of people in the way, so we can get like a 30, 50 cent breakout, okay? And once it breaks over, all right, we're positive on the MACD on here. Would have been a perfect time to buy at 430. Okay, so we're watching this one. And we're watching this one. BTCT. And what was the other one? Fuck, what was the other one we were looking at? Was it PMI? And PMI, okay. So these are the two we're looking at right now. And we're looking for the breakout. Okay? Let's look at... Should we take a position on them? This one's already... Look. It's already at 442. So we called it at 430. We're looking for when this pops over. Now it can bounce down, but this is what we're looking for right here. We've got room up to 470. We've had this pullback is not promising here. And we're not getting a lot of 2K resistance at 42. He might fuck the whole thing up. We needed just another moment. Oh good, he got rid of it. Get out of here, you fucking asshole. We just need another moment. See, what's interesting though is this is... Yep, later, bro. Thanks for chilling. We're seeing if we can get a breakout here. Oh, and there it is. It's not a lot of volume. But 447, 450, there it is. Beautiful. And now we're getting big buys. We broke it. Okay, this is exactly what we're looking for. We're not in on this trade, but we called it at 430. We're going up to 452, 453. We still have room. We can even break through 460. We can break through 470, depending on how we do. We're still positive. This is going up. Really depends on if it grabs momentum. But we're positive 20 cents right here. Okay? Beautiful, beautiful. We can still hold, but it might stall here. So now we're looking at this. So we're above 73 on the RSI. Or above 70 on the RSI, but the MACD is still wide open. Okay. We don't have a lot of sellers. Oh, except for this fucker is just gonna ruin it. 256 might be a good time to sell. It's over. Okay, I don't think we're gonna get much more. Unless they get out the way. But that was the breakout. Now, it doesn't mean it can't do more. But that's what we were looking for. Oh, broke through. They moved. They removed their positions. 460. Okay, and now it's got room to grow all the way to fucking 90. Those assholes are out the way, but I would have probably sold. When I saw those assholes there, I would have probably took profit. Okay? I'm not in on this trade, but this is what I've been doing. Can I be accurate? You know what I mean? I would have just bought one share right now anyways. I told myself when I went live, we're just doing one share, you know, so that we can again prove to myself and prove to you that can I see it? You know what I mean? We've got 9K at 458. This dude is trying to push it. He wants that major breakout. We're lowering a little on the RSI, and so we've got our first negative histogram. You sell within minutes. You buy it and sell it within sometimes within the next 45 seconds. These are high. Well, this is an extremely high volume, but this is high volume, high volatility trading. This isn't doing long. This isn't buying something you think is going to go up a couple dollars in a couple of days. This is trading pennies. But you're doing 1,000 stocks, 10,000 stocks. Right now, I'm not, because I'm still working on my accuracy. Okay. So this might come back up. Let's go back to BTCT. And so BTCT never got it. Never flipped over. Now, it doesn't mean that it can't. But we called the PMI. Okay, and it's still fighting, but look what happened. Yeah, we would have probably been out. Now we've got the RSI going negative, and we've got this histogram going less and less. So I basically, I'm generally going to be getting out of the trade early, leaving a lot of money on the table. Okay? Because this is only a minute, and a lot can happen in the next 2 minutes, right? This can turn back around, but as soon as this turns and starts going down, that's the local high. You know what I mean? We want out. Okay, and unfortunately, I've left a lot of hypothetical money on the table, because what it'll do is sometimes it'll pull back, right? Because people are taking profit, and then it shoots up again, or it can. Doesn't mean that it can. But now look at this. We've got 15 minutes now of positive MACD on the 5-minute. Okay, we're still doing okay, but the RSI has gone down 10. Okay, since then, and this is tapering off. So and that's barely even looking at the candles. But that means we're out. And the price hasn't even changed very much. But the momentum has. Okay? We got 311K volume here. Right, and we're down to 20K volume on this next candle. And the reason is it's spent. That's how quick the trade is, right there. So we're waiting, we're watching. It went positive. It confirmed going up. We were in here around 430, 433, whatever. And we took profit around 450, something. That's not a lot, 20 cents. But 20 cents times 1,000 shares, that's a $200 trade. You know, 10,000 shares, that's $2,000. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm not too worried about, you know, like this is still going up. It still can go up. This is nothing. This is nothing. Very, very little resistance up to 490. The only reason is we just don't have a lot of momentum. But this shows that we're getting a lot less interest. The buyers have lost power. Okay? Even though it shows here, but it's when this and this, you know, are the same that we get that breakout. Now, it doesn't mean you can't get the local low, local high and get the same profit. You could buy 414 here and sold 431 here, and it would have been the same as this. But you tell me how the fuck you see that. I can't see that. You know? Is it a little pricey? It's $4. $4.50. That's $4,500 or 45. I'm not there yet. You know what I mean? But you can get a breakout of 50 cents, a dollar. You get a dollar breakout, right? And you make 10K. Okay? This wasn't a good breakout. Okay, but if you continue to watch, this is what we're looking for. And if you can call these, you don't know how I've had $2 breakouts. You know what I mean? $1.50 breakouts. You know, now am I willing to put 10K on that bitch? No. I'm playing with pennies. I'm afraid. I'm okay to say that. But as I gain more confidence and I'm confident in my accuracy, you know, I'm going to increase my risk. I've got like $5,000. I could do 1,000 stocks. Okay? And that means I'm only going to get, you know, $100 profit or $1,000 profit. But we're basically spent. How do we know we're spent? The blue line went over the orange line. 1 minute is a negative MACD. We don't want to fuck with it anymore. Okay? And this is on a downtrend. I'm not fucking with crypto. Those are pump and dumps. This is its own version of pump and dump. I've seen it, but I get all of this extra information. These tell me who's trying to sell. I don't know if you get all this information. Oh, look at this. Broke out. 475. Look at the breakout. Look at the breakout. 475. Now, I would have already sold, but the MACD was positive still. You know what I mean? And look, this went below, so I would have been out of it. I wouldn't have been in this. Okay? There's no way that this is still positive, but with this going down and it crossing over, I would have already been out. Okay, so I wouldn't have seen this. And so that's where, you know, like I said, I'm going to be leaving a lot of money on the table because I'm going to take my quarter and I'm be happy. But this one's... So let's try and find another one. This one's been just petering out. Okay. And we're generally keeping, like, we're playing with dollar stocks mainly. All right, so this one's going up. Just locally. But it's got quite some time. So this is like where I can get baited. Because the histogram is, it's on a positive trend, but I want to get in like early. You know what I mean? So I can get it at the best price. But one thing that I've been trying to like reinforce is I'm waiting for the confirmation. You know what I mean? Even if this is the best price, you know, and in 15 minutes it's gonna be over here. You know what I mean? It can also be over here in 15 minutes. You know, so we were waiting for this to actually move on the 5 minute and not take that early position. But it's already 9:30. Have you taken any more trades? How are you doing over there?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've taken a few. Taken quite a few.
Nice. How are you? Are you up on the day?
Yeah, I'm up. Knock on wood. I'll tell you after this is my last trade. I'm kind of holding out for the 5 to cross over. Then I'll tell you what I made.
Nice.
Because I can either win right now or lose right now, so I don't want to jinx it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'll let you know how it goes. It might be another 5 or 10 more minutes, but as soon as this 5 crosses over, then I'm gonna sell and fucking there's my day, green or red, you know. But
are you in 100
be
stocks
over
or 1,000 stocks?
I'll tell you when I get over there.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I'm gonna come into your room right now, like in 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll tell you the whole story. Hopefully, it's mostly good news, but we'll see. Oof.
I've been extra conservative today, just because we're just, you know, we're going over our training basically with chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, well, maybe tomorrow we'll take some bigger positions. But I'm basically spent. I'm in no rush. You know what I mean? Like I've said,
Sure.
I've been doing this for like a week, doing just one stock. I've moved up to 10 stocks. Friday I did 100 stocks, and we made actual money, which made me confident enough to go live. You know.
Sure. But as soon as this 5 crosses over, the 5 minute crosses over, you know, that's it. You know, that's it for the day.
That's nice. Hopefully it's a good day.
Yeah. We shall see.
What's the volume of this one? See, this one's got shit volume. See, so we're already like it's done. The day's done. He's gonna finish that last trade. It's 9:40. It's over. Okay. There might be a couple breakouts, but we're basically like we want to be done. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is PMI. It's still, this is that late day breakout that I'm talking about. PMI is still going up, 480. So you'll get like one or two of these, you know, around this time.
Yes, sir.
And a couple, you know, earlier in the day. This is what we're looking for. Is right here. And we called it. Right? So to me, even though I didn't make very much money today, I did what my goal was. My goal was, and look, it's going even higher. My problem is I wouldn't have held this long. This is now 15 minutes later than I would have held. So I would have missed out on this. That's something I got to work on. You know, maybe we hold longer.
Okay.
The
I just saw
MACD.
my glass ceiling get removed, so hopefully this 5-minute will cross over soon.
What's up, Tiny Tim? Yeah, we've just been chilling, really. August is like my least favorite month of the year. It's so humid and hot, you know, and I've just been not in the mood to play with my dinosaurs, you know. And instead, we've been learning different things. This is all of this is very new to me. As far as like learning all the indicators and things. Yeah, the dragons and everything else. And so, you know, the problem is I'm known as the ARC guy. And that affects your, you know, as a streamer, that affects your mentality. Do I want to go live and play ARC? You know? And be miserable? So I didn't go live. You know what I mean? And instead, with me and one of the roommates, we've been learning this. And I've been playing with just a very, very little bit of money. I've got a couple of grand in the account, so I can take a bigger position, you know, if we want. But just like learning, I was referencing at least to my roommate, like tennis. I'm looking to increase my accuracy and reduce my unforced errors, right? So I'm trying to be very precise. So I'm taking less trades, but those trades, even if they're, you know, no matter how big or small they are, you know, they're right. You know, and if that means I only take 2 trades in a day, I'm okay with that. Because 2 trades in a day at 1,000 shares or 10,000 shares, that's my day. You know. But we're watching this. We're waiting. He's got his last trade he's doing, and then he's going to come over and tell us how his day was. So we've been on. He got himself a computer because he just had a PlayStation. But we've been doing this for so long, you know, just on my computer and on our phones and, you know, in the living room, that he invested in a computer finally. And now he doesn't have his fucking mic set up. So he's using his phone on Discord. So that in the last week, we've been sitting here talking, you know what I mean? And, you know, reinforcing each other and our learning. I've been asking him to help me find breakouts, but he likes riding the wave. That's what he's doing now, of course. But we've been learning together, which is much more fun to do. You know what I mean? Because even if like he's more successful today than I am, because he took more trades, and I look forward to seeing what where he's at, you know, and it just reinforces. I told him I look forward to when you come in and you say I made $500 today, you know what I mean? And I told him when we on our first day of us both making $500, we're going for fucking mimosas. You know what I mean? That's the one thing we agreed on. But can't do that if I'm playing with pennies. You know what I mean? But I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush. I want to take my time and learn it and be confident. And it doesn't mean that we'll be successful. You know? But I'm trying. And there is an even a bigger fear factor, right, of going live and failing in front of you guys. You know? I don't want to do that. You know, I want to be successful. And so we're trying to work on our accuracy. We're trying to, you know, we called this successfully, right? That's good. It's nice reinforcement for me. But we're looking, we need to do that over and over. And we will have downs, but it's also that, right? It's like learning to be able to control your emotions. You know? Because there will be downs. But all the money that we have is money that we can lose. Okay? But doesn't mean I want to lose it.
Okay.
So if force paces you out if you don't sell before market closes? I'm not sure what you're saying. Now it's stabilizing. The PMI? Yeah, I think it's about done. But I mean, look. It could easily still break 5. It's not a crazy amount here. We still have a positive MACD. You know what I mean? It's coming down, touching. It's on a downtrend here. The 30 second I don't use too much here. There's nothing. The thing is it can go. It can still go up. Now this is the first time that it dropped, and it can drop here, but it can also rebound, and you just never know. But I'd be out before this. On this downtrend, I'd be done. So I'm gonna leave a lot of profit on the table. I do think that it's gonna start going down, you know. But it also did that twice already, you know. This one now looks like it's completely going down. The MACD's been negative over here for 3 or 4 minutes, right? Now the MACD's negative on the 30 second, the 1 minute. That means I want out. If the MACD's negative on both the 30 second and the 1 minute, it means I've stayed too long. Okay? And if I'm not out, that means that we're stuck here for another 15 minutes. Okay? Now here, the histogram is now it's below its highest. Okay? Doesn't mean that, again, it can't turn around. This could just be a pullback. Okay? But we've had 2 or 3 pullbacks already. Okay? But this one's... We're seeing... Every 30 seconds now, we're seeing a new low. Right? So it's done. And I'm not even looking at the price. I haven't even looked at the price. You know what I mean? But the price is still now it's taken a shit from 80 to 70, but we were out a long time ago on this one. But I still like to just, it's all learning. I don't have anything in on this one. We're done for the day already. I only took 2 trades, but we're just like, we've been watching this one, hoping for it to turn, but it hasn't. We've just been trying to make like calls on the breakout. Like this is, it's been pretty long. This is, we're a little late on this one. But this is what we're looking for. We want to catch this 10 minutes ago. What do you got? What do you got?
Oh man, I took a little loss at the end because
Oh, you did?
I was in so deep, dude, with BTTC.
Here, let's see if we can put you on here. Or were you on BT
The whole fucking time.
the whole time?
No.
Here's, I can't get you.
I was going back
Here's-
and forth trying to get fucking
You got to scoot in a little.
yeah. How we looking?
It'll have to do.
That's fine.
Okay.
Just like a little side.
So you were in on beat. Oh, so you. Oh,
Yeah.
and you held too long.
No.
Oh, you
Was
were
that-
waiting for it to turn.
Yeah.
The whole
that's what I'm
time.
saying, I'm like, this fucker's
Yeah.
not
See, and so
gonna
that's the problem. I've been watching it, but not willing to do anything with it yet.
It's gonna cross over. It's gonna cross over, but it's probably gonna cross over way lower than I was hoping it would.
Yeah. Yeah.
And slowly, because it started off at like $1, shot up to like 270 or some shit, and then it's at 220, and
What were you in at?
so I went in. I took like a 3-cent loss. Well,
Mhm.
I should have broke even, but when I clicked it at 225,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, I bought it at 223 or 222. But I was in fucking I was in 800 shares. So I was like, oh fuck. But I kept doubling down. You know, you gotta double down. Man. Okay. But yeah, I pretty much broke you. I lost like $5 off that trade though. So
Oh, that sucks.
that's why I was like, no, but I'm up 55.
The day?
After I was up 60.
Nice.
I took a fucking loss on this guy.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Joe's up $50 for the day. That's more than most of the world makes in a fucking day. Very nice, very nice. We didn't take like crazy trades today just because it was like my first day streaming back and I was just talking. It was at first it was
your eyes got to be darting back and forth like between like 7 to 10 things.
we were watching BTCT waiting for the turn. See, so he did what like I like wanted to do, but we don't, right? Is he was watching this and you got in probably around here, right?
I made like
905?
I'll show you each trades I made on the fucker.
Or were you right in the wave?
Wave the whole time.
Because like right here, you want to get in, because like, oh, it's almost gonna fucking cross over, but I made that mistake multiple times. You know, you were getting the highs and lows. Nice. I think that's where Joe's gonna make his money. Is he likes to get in, ride the wave, get in low, get in, and then and he's gonna make 15 cents here, 20 cents here, a nickel and dime, but by volume of trade. While I'm waiting for, these. I'm waiting for the breakouts. But then the problem is waiting for these breakouts is look, there was one. There was well, this one was like, this is at 4, and so that's 4 in the morning. You know what I mean? But then 6:30 right here, and then you got to also be there for the breakout. When do you have to pay taxes on trade? Wins or long time investment gains. Long time investment gains, you don't have to, like unsold. You only pay taxes on sold stock. So if you hold a stock and it goes, and you hold it for a long time, you never pay taxes on it until you sell. You will pay taxes on your dividends. That's unless it's in a retirement account. If you're in a retirement account, then that's all different. But generally, if I have a stock that's $1 and it goes up $100, I don't pay taxes on it. And you can even get a loan out on those stocks, so you never have to pay taxes. But the moment you sell, then you owe taxes at the end of the year, right? For that year. So it's your year to date, it's this. You pay taxes on your realized gains. Now, if you had a bunch of losses, the reason I'm negative is because of this bitch. Yeah, Robinhood. That's not my... But so my days realized is only 16 cents. But my year-to-date realized, so this is what I pay taxes on. Okay? Now, you also can get tax credit for your realized losses. Okay? And there's a different tax status that you can go for if you are a trader tax status. And there's a lot of variation in that to help you with like your losses, because the maximum loss that you can basically take is like 3,000. So if you had 10,000 loss, you can only claim 3,000, but then the extra loss goes next year. So you can claim 3,000 loss for 3 years. You know what I mean? But then there's a lot of different rules. But yeah, basically that's it. But I think that we're not going to be taking any other trades today. We were just looking and learning.
Oh, but the reason why BTCT or whatever the fuck was doing so good was because they just got a 10 megawatt fucking what's it called? Something facility? What the fuck is it? Crypto completion of a 10 megawatt Georgia crypto facility. Mining to start with it. Oh my god, 10 megawatt crypto facility. They're mining.
10 megawatt cryptocurrency computing project near deployment.
No.
10:04.
That's
Is this Eastern?
Yeah, because if you go up, oh right here, look at. Oh no, 12:59 Eastern time. Oh yeah, so it's using Eastern time. So 3 hours prior to that.
So 7.
So we've seen that pre-market like.
Right here. Yeah,
Buckaroo.
this was the news. Yeah, this is when it went up. Yeah. No, 6:30 is open. So it's down here, but then news came out at 7, and it went crazy.
All these fuckers knew. They knew something, right? They knew something. Bastards.
But yeah, so I mean, news does matter, 100%. But finding that news is a bitch and a half. You know what I mean?
There is a freaking website that you can subscribe to. I forgot what it's called. It's a weird name too, like Bazinga or some shit.
But look at this.
It's $200 a month.
So it was at $1.50, okay, and then it went up, and then it's probably gonna fucking. I mean, you would think that it goes up more, but what we've been seeing is this happens, and because of all the day trading and the shorters, like despite it having news, it might still, end up down, back down here. So we'll watch BTCT. It had good news, but it doesn't mean like it ends the day good.
That'd be the time to short it.
Very interesting to look into, but makes the richer richer with no real effort. This is where we're trading, Zibby. This is it. So he made most of his money today riding the wave, but this is all I'm looking for. Okay? I called this one here right? Which other one did we call today? I think, did we do the BTCT?
At 2:16.
We
I think
were-
you probably could've-
Yeah, I was on BTCT.
What time?
7:50.
It's after the.
Oh, I was too late. I was in it here, or was that cell? Yeah, no, I was here. I was in
Whoa, go back.
X-Pawn.
You said buy at 5? Oh no, I'm 7. Oh, my bad. I saw 5 when it's supposed to be 7. 7.
And we were in NCTY, but like we didn't take a lot of positions just because I was a little overwhelmed with like talking to Chad and ranting about shit.
That's a-
Yeah,
like, talk-
so that's why I was in.
talk-
Yeah, so I just wanted to like chill, and then I did like another like day of like I called the PMI. We were watching it. You know what I mean? Let's see. I was looking at this one, but I don't think I called this one. And then we were looking at looking into trading, trying their luck, but nobody's able to build anything anymore. Getting your roof fixed is a nightmare. Yeah. Do you ever pull money out or always reinvest? The cool thing about Robinhood. Oh, will you grab that card for me? Out of that. So the cool thing about Robinhood is it's basically seamless. I don't want to like. Oh, there you go. Bam. So I have a Robinhood card that I can take my investment. Yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't want to show the number. And I can instantly transfer money at no cost from, if I made 10 grand a day, instantly transfer to this card and fucking use it. You know what I mean? And yeah, and they give you 3.5% interest monthly on the money that's in your account or that I don't have invested. You know? So it's instantly available. I think up to like 25 grand a day you can pull. You know what I mean? So like my money's always available if I need it. After all the shit, I like Robinhood. Yes, I do. I do feel that there's limitations. Like it doesn't have level 2 on this. So there's some things that it doesn't have. And there's limitations on the scanner. Okay? Or get into all this. Looks scary. I'm scared shitless, bro. What I'm doing is I'm managing my fear every day. Okay? I did on Friday was the first time I did 100 stock trades, and I made like $30. Now I have done like I'm in on this like 2,500, but this was like an IPO. Okay, and so we took a risk on that, and then like we took like big risks on like hymns and snails, but that's because I was really confident, at least because of the news that it was going to be going up. But with this type of trading is completely different. Okay, because it's very, very short term. It's very, very high volume, high volatility. But no, I'm scared shitless. That's why I'm taking my time. Okay? And I'm trying to today was practice. Again, I've practiced for like the last week and a half, 2 weeks. We can go through my recent orders. I don't know if it shows that far back. It doesn't go that far back. But I've been doing like, so it shows the day before, but I've been just trading with one stock or 10 stocks. You know what I mean? Like 50, like, so I'm trading pennies. But I'm practicing, you know? Yes, well, I sold all my ETFs that I had in this account. Okay, I was telling him Schwab, Schwab, Schwab all day. Okay. Yeah, and I still am. I'm super, super, super bullish on Schwab, which means hold golden hands on Schwab. Okay, this is since 2012. Okay, year over year, it's been 9 to 12% and 25-cent dividends per share with a low stock price. Okay, this is buying's cheap, and it's only gonna be worth more. Now, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a fucking retard. But when this retard has a couple 100,000 to just set and forget, I will be putting it in Schwab. Okay, there's a lot of... I like the dividend return. I like and what Schwab has, like Home Depot and a bunch of like healthcare services. So it's very, very stable. Okay. Still going for another 3 hours, yeah, but we're done. We're done. Yeah, and when the price goes down, you just buy more. This is the one that you just, no matter what, you just buy more. Okay? But this one, you don't watch the news. This one, this is a set it and forget it. This is the one where you put in your, like, I had it set where every month, it automatically put $100 in. Okay? This is your savings account. No matter what the price is, you don't care. You're going for amount of shares. And as soon as you can get more shares, here, this is what we can do.
But the thing is too,
what is it?
You're not paid to get news. Like, you're getting it too late, so you're gonna end up being the fucking guy that like buys in when it's like super high, and then you get fucked. Like FinViz is awesome. It gives you news, but it's not nearly as quick as some. Like, you gotta pay $200 to.
Yeah, if you want the good, that's why I'm like, I'm not in the news right now.
It's too. That's more like late game. Like $200 a month, bro. You gotta make $200 a month just for your news.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to fucking do that right now.
Doable though. You make a few good fucking catch those dollars. You got like 1,000 stocks in something, and then you go to $1. You're fucking great. You're golden.
This doesn't show. It's the expense was 0.04. But does it show the? Okay, but it shows this holding breakdown. Mainly healthcare. It's got energy, a little bit of finance. So it's got a huge, variety, but it doesn't show the. Is this it? The TTM trailing 12-month dividend is 1.05. On Robinhood, maybe if we remove Legend, go to regular Robinhood, it shows me like the stock or the dividend per share.
Yeah, the news though, like when you're doing like high volatility, like trading and stuff like that, it's more of like a who gets it first kind of deal. So certain websites will go and have like they'll look at a bunch of fucking like
Yo, what's going on, EXO?
The king has returned.
Like, you can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's too much. Like, if you want to stay in tech and like somebody is gonna be building a fucking a data center soon, then you keep an eye on their websites, sign up for their newsletters and shit like that. You might be able to.
Yeah,
catch
that's
it soon.
Yeah, and you can be ready. Have you been? We've been chilling. We've been fucking with some stocks and shit. Just trying to switch it up. It doesn't. What the fuck? It doesn't show. Shows expense rate. I swear it shows more information on my phone.
What's that one fund, or what's that one thing? The one guy, he did like a Nancy Pelosi stock thingy.
Yeah,
He basically mimics
that would be good.
If I have like an extra like $1,000, I'll just throw it in that guy's.
We've been so he even took a week off of work, and this is what we've been doing. Is waking up in the morning and just engrossing ourselves and learning, and then we now our day's done. Our day's done. We go. We make fucking food, and then we watch YouTube videos, about the stocks, learning shit. For the first week, it was learning what the fuck candles, you know what I mean? It was like learning. We watched this one dude talking about broken butterflies and fucking iron condors. Didn't know what the shit he was talking about. You know what I mean? Yeah, still we don't use it, but it's using like he was trading millions and billions. You know what I mean? And now we've honed in on this is where we're at. We're not at iron condor level. You know what I mean? Yeah. they were doing all sorts of shit, And so this is where we're at, with it. I'm not seeing where. I'm not sure why it doesn't show. I don't know why it shows on my phone like the dividends per share, but it's not showing here.
Pretty much.
Isn't that weird?
And that is like a I want to get into this type of trading too, where it's like a little slower, like super low.
And made some profit. Yeah, doing those would be good too.
Like I got fucked over so many times doing that though. It's like you don't know where things are gonna go, especially in tech too. Like it depends, But that's what I was gonna say. Like the S&P has an index of like fucking like a few hundred companies that are like a startup, low cap. So low cap is like small.
Yeah, it doesn't show here.
What's that?
The fucking dividends per share. For some reason it shows on my phone. It shows it's 25.2525, while VOO was 1.9. But why isn't it showing here? I don't understand. I was gonna show you something, but I can't find it. But I don't know why I can't. Maybe will it show here?
Also, like, when did you buy in, and then how long did it take to get like 900%? You know what I mean? Like, was it like you heard some shit, then you bought in, and then it came true?
Well, it's, I mean, like.
Because like with SpaceX, for example, if you're gonna like go into something like that, dude, like it's gonna be the long run. A lot of shit's gonna happen.
Well, the SpaceX was now SpaceX is starting to turn around, but yeah, SpaceX is super long term. He's talking about like all the like the Ukraine drone, anti-drone, anti-missile, all those things, in 6 months to 2,000. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, see, like I want to do that too, but for those 6 months,
that's why I think that's the problem. Is like you've got to have and it's tied up, so you can't use it for that time. You can't use it for day trading.
Like that's perfect. Did you just fucking set and forget?
Oh, so here, maybe this will do it. But that's what I was doing with Schwab. Was set and forget. Dividend yield is 3. It shows 3.9% here. Okay, so I guess, but it did on phone. It doesn't just show the yield. It shows the what that actually means. So like if we look at SCHD is 3.09% compared to VOO is 1%. No, I was at a legend over here, but this is what I was looking for, the dividend yield. Okay, so like VOO is 1% yield, while Schwab is 3%. Now the thing is Schwab is only $35, right? But if you're going for like long-term dividends, right, this is 3 times the amount, you know. Expense ratio is 0.06 on here. Oh, it is. Expense ratio is half as well. Yes.
How much they're spending versus how much they're making?
Like the cost of management.
Oh, okay. So like they're
So I'm not knowledgeable enough to know, are you going to get better each way more than the dividend compound? So, and this is a way higher market cap. Why is that ETF so bad? These are both good ETFs. Yeah. So that's where I can't tell you. I'm not knowledgeable enough to tell you what the difference of the expense ratio and how it'll eat into the yield. Okay? Or what the return was. So I'm gonna have to learn more about that. But when I looked at this, right, I was like, oh, that's much better. And I can get way more shares of SCHD than I can get a VOO. You know what I mean?
a couple ways you go about finding those companies. Like
How would you know which one to invest? You got to do your research. You reinvest your dividends. Yeah. You reinvest your dividends until you're ready to start using it as supplemental income, right? But I sold the little that I had in Schwab so that we can play with it on this, you know what I mean? So that we can do a little bit more on the daily. But I like from 2012, this is the ETF that I decided that I want to invest in. Okay? And I looked at VOO. I looked at a couple of other ones, but this is the one. Then we decided that we're going to do some day trading, and so we put like $5,000 in to play with this, and yeah, now we're doing high volatility. The goal was, when I first started, was, you know what, I'm gonna start putting, you know, like $1,000 in SCHD every month. You know what I mean? And then over 10 years, I'll have retirement, right? But then instead, we were like, you know what we're gonna do? And instead of doing that, I made a couple hundred off of the SCHD that I had already put in there. Is we're gonna take that, and we're gonna gamble it. We're gonna gamble it. Well, it's probably one day, and try to do some high volatility. But the goal is to make money and then put it back into Schwab. That's the goal here. Okay. So this was PMI. Where were we on this? 490. Right, we watched this. We're just going back and looking to see, because the stock market's still open, but like I'm meant to see how these all just fucking peter off. These are all the daily gainers, but there's no more action on them. That's why, like, at this point, there's no more. It's 10:30, and there's just no more action. I mean, here's one, but I want to know with this one probably. When was this? 850? No, it's still going up. This one's crazy, but I think this one is No, is it not? What is it? Just
But
not?
that's also like say
Well, it's
like,
already down.
say if you're saving for a trip or something like that, or like a car or something, some bullshit. Like instead of putting your money away in a savings account,
Yeah.
like, I'd rather put it into like Schwab or something that I know is gonna grow. Maybe
Yeah,
so
or
you actually
even
get it quicker.
even just in the Robinhood account, it gives you
But yeah,
3%
that's a guarantee.
of fucking. It at least deals with partial fucking inflation,
Like,
and you do nothing with it.
Cars now, like cars are like what, like 40 grand, 50 grand. Like you have to save up that amount of money, dude. It's gonna take years. So.
I think we were looking, yeah, but these are all the daily gainers for the day. Does everyone else in your house have long hair? No. I think it's just me and Joe. My dad's losing his hair. But he has, oh, this one might be doing something here. What, it's 62K? Oh, so this is one thing that I learned from chat today, is the RSI. Another indicator, and it's it goes along with the MACD. So it's like it's the momentum of the MACD, which is very interesting. But it's like, so we put it on the 1 minute because I did it on the 5 minute and it's too late. But it gives you that momentum where like even though this is going up, you are getting less and less. So it's going down. So it's an indicator of the indicator. You know what I mean?
Isn't that similar?
No, because VWAP is weighted on volume. And this isn't necessarily weighted on volume. I don't think so. What is RSI is called again? Let's see. Relative Strength Index. Yeah. How's it going? What's up, Darks? We're just chilling. Is it 3% worldwide? We also got some ads here. Most people I know use Trade Republic. It's 3.35% for all of the, but you have to so all of the shit that I don't have invested this moment, I let them basically put it on their balance sheets. Okay? They guarantee up to 250K, but it allows if they need money to borrow or if another bank needs money to borrow, they can take my money, I'll never see it, but they can use my balance to help make those deals, and so they give you that high interest for basically opting into that, you know what I mean? Because they're making money off of it, okay? And they're saying we're going to give you a percent of that money. And 3.35% is crazy. You get 0.01% in your saving account. You know what I mean? Also, same thing in your checking or savings with Robinhood. What are we trading? We're done for today, but we were just trying some high volume trading. I didn't make very much because it's my first day going live with it. And so we were just chilling with chat, talking more than anything. But I was on comms with Joe. Joe made nearly $50, $55. That's good. It's fucking amazing. We're not doing huge volumes right now.
Baby steps.
We're doing baby steps. Today I just did one stock, and I only did 2 trades. But my goal is to be accurate. Okay, 55 more than he had, yeah. And
That's exactly it.
and if you can turn that 55 into 250 a day, you know what I mean? Then that's a couple grand a month. Yeah.
I don't fucking.
Yeah. $50 is great.
I mean, like 2-3 hours.
You're not gonna be able to necessarily, pay the bills with it, but it's your money making money. Exactly. You still have your job. You still have your other things. And then if you're confident of it's risk. You're risking. But if you can, we're trying to learn the strategies to be successful and to be able to do it consistent. There are going to be times where you're down. You know what I mean? And we're just gonna try. We're trying to make those times less. And sell it to the commercial. Yeah, exactly. So, but that's why Robinhood take money from the rich, give it to the poor. That's basically what they do. Except for I'm pissed off and play with the amount that you can afford to lose, and that's all we're doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all we're doing. That's why we don't have a lot in here, but I have enough to be able to make moves. I could take 1,000 stocks on this. If I took 1,000 stocks on this, we would have made it probably $200 today, right? Easy. But we didn't because I'm afraid, and I didn't want to, even though I was correct, I'm basically like we called it right here, right? We were here for this moment, and we would have probably sold, over here, but it was more than. Like that would have been 30, 50 cents on 1,000 stocks. So you can use it for the net. Well, instead of having, the goal is, yes, to have a bunch of money in the ETFs. But instead we're taking that money that I was starting to save in the ETFs, and I made like $300 on it, and we sold it so that I have more liquid to be able to like reach that 1,000 stock mark on these smaller stocks, right? On BTCT, we could have taken, 2,000-3,000 stocks on this, and that would have been crazy. $1.60 to even $2.45. You make $1, on 2,000 stocks. That's fucking. That's the day. That's your week. No, obviously there's the people that were watching on YouTube, Ross Cameron, he's doing $10,000 days, $60,000 days, or whatever else. We're not there. You know what I mean? That's fine. He was saying he traded the day that I traded 100 shares, he was trading 13,000 shares. Okay? So there's a little bit of a difference there, but we're learning. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So my losses are, and I've had red days, but my red days were $5. So that the cost of learning for that day was $5. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm looking for, is to get a bunch of those, but I'm learning. I'm not doing that fucking again. This thing that I told you that he did today, he bought in over here, hoping for it to cross over. And what I say, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Why? Because I gotten beaten twice by it already. Yes, I want it to go up. It doesn't mean that it goes up. Look what happened. It just kept going fucking down. And so instead we're looking for that confirmation. What it means is that I have less of a margin of a win, but I'll take 15 cents instead of 25 cents if it means that I get to take instead of lose. And so we didn't take that trade, but we were watching it. Right? We were watching it. We were waiting. We were right here. We kept, maybe another 10, 15 minutes, maybe, but it never happened. And because it never happened, we never went in. Right? So I'm trying to have good discipline. Like it's still happening. Look here. It still might cross over here. Day's not over. No.
I'd still be sitting there fucking. But see, like I knew it was gonna. It's gonna. Of course, it always crosses over.
But $1.95 to $2.14, you can still ride the wave here. Even right here, $2 to $2.14, you could easily get 10 cents here. And yeah, 1,000 shares is still $100, and you're doing it in a minute. You know what I mean? That's $2. That's two grand. You can do it easy.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
I thought it was maybe like $1,000. No,
Yeah, it's 1,000 shares is $2,000.
Terrible.
We could do 2,000 shares. You know what I mean?
Over the profit off.
Yeah. But so this one still might be good. Let's see how it is. This RSI, oh look at this. It was down to 24. So this is a good time to buy then. Okay? And even though it looks bad, you know, right here was this one 5 minutes ago was when we saw this flip, we saw, okay, it's holding. It went from $1.97 to $2.08. Okay, well then there's not a lot here. But right now might be a good time to get in. Can you cheat in stocks like you ARK? This guy. He doesn't know how to English properly. But he's saying that I cheat in ARK. Is what he's trying to say. But I'm not a politician. Right? Imagine there's a private... Oh, so now that we're done? Do you guys want to go to phase 2 of today? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Phase 2 of today is we downloaded Claude. Okay, we're not done with ARK, but I'm having fun with something different. You know what I mean? I'm in TechPod on 86. We got attacked like once or twice, but I wasn't there for that. But then, like, because we got attacked and everyone was saying we're gonna get attacked again, I was AFK on the TechPod, 8 in the morning, waiting to be attacked, and I was gonna go live. What was that? Like on Friday, you know? But they never attacked, and so I had planned to want to go live and do this a week ago, but I wasn't confident enough. I was still learning. I took another week. And though, you know, I don't have huge... Last Friday, I did get... was the first time I, like, actually went up to 100 shares. And I was very happy with my accuracy. So then I was like, okay, you know what? I feel confident enough to go live today. But we do need a custom screener. We do. This screener on Robinhood is not good enough. And also this ladder's not good enough. But how do I know the limitations without practice? You know what I mean? So I was using this while we were learning, and now I understand I want to see the level 2 of the tape. Okay? I didn't even know there was a level 1. But now I understand that this is the level 1, and the level 2 shows you the things that were purchased. You know what I mean? So these show you what people are offering, right? And doesn't show the
tape is bid and ask, like lifetime.
Yeah, it doesn't show the bid and ask.
Yeah, this is the settlement
Here.
price. So you can
But then the level 2, which is what we need to level up to, shows the actual sales. So when you see a bunch of buys on it, you know that it is going up. Or when you see a bunch of sells, that it is going down. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it gives you just a little bit more insight, right? And the scanner, you can get different alarms on it and different things. And so I downloaded Claude, okay? And, but holy fuck, that's a whole new thing to learn, you know? And so I did mess with it. We were going to mess with the scanner, but then I was chilling with him, and I was saying, you know, it'd be cool, because we were watching a bunch of YouTube videos on Claude and stuff, and there's dudes making, you know, they're saying, oh, you can make video games with Claude now, right, and with Cursor. We may change all of this, because I did this, and then I stopped, because I was at like 50% of my fucking tokens already, okay? But I may want to change this to Cursor, okay? Because what I did is I downloaded Unity. Okay, I decided I wanted to use Unity, and no, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Today I'm doing a bunch of shit that I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, but we're learning, okay? And so we can make a new project, but I'm a lazy bastard. I'll make a video game if Claude can do it for me. And Cursor's really, really cool because you can set it up where you can highlight and say, change this. And you can connect Claude with Unity, and they basically do fucking everything. Okay? And so I was playing with it a little bit. Installed Superpowers 3 days ago. I had to learn what things I want installed. You know what I mean? I have to, and there's now, you know, over the last 2 days, I learned of different things. I investigated Cursor and I saved something. We got to watch some YouTube videos of how to connect. You can connect this to Unity. Okay? I don't know if I can do it in VS. I started with Claude, then a bunch of YouTube videos said I probably would like VS. Now I'm thinking I actually want to scrap all of this and go with Cursor and connect it to Unity. Okay? So it's a work in progress. But we're using Copilot here. Okay? And I said, if I wanted to make a game, what kind of game would I make? Okay? Well, we said a Valheim-like. So basically all I've done is we went in, I learned what a .md is, because I haven't used Claude. I've got a couple of classes of programming under my belt a decade ago. You know what I mean? I made a game, like a poker game, you know what I mean? One of those classes, and I did a little Python web crawler bullshit right back in the day. But my level of programming isn't that great, and I'm a lazy bastard. Okay? But the amount of stuff that I've seen is the capabilities. I'm confident that it can do it for me. You know what I mean? And so, can it bring up our conversation from the past? I don't know if it has. Oh, no. What are you doing? Maybe you're just reading. Oh, it's evaluating. Alright, well, that's probably wasting tokens now. I think it's analyzing. So this is what we did the other day. And then I got a notification saying, you've used 50% of your tokens. And I was like, alright, well, I'm going to hold off because I wanted to do it online. Just need to say interested to get your money out of the subscription. I'm not sure what you mean by this. But so this is what, so it's editing, confirmation, write file to JSON. Sure. If you want to do something, we'll let you do it. But I was just doing a lot of brainstorming. Actually, no. All right, just stop this. Just stop this. I don't know what you're doing. You're making a bunch of changes, but we don't. Oh, I did make a couple of changes. But so we're just gonna go over what, like, the concept of the game that we were brainstorming and what Claude has done with all of that information. Okay, one thing I learned again later is people said you should probably do like a 250 line prompt at a time. Okay? And so I'm over that, obviously. But it's ready to start building. So we can start phase 1. Okay? So we can do that. And but it's made it into multi-phases. Okay? But we're going to go over just a little bit of the concept of the game and see what you guys think of it. And then this may take, it said days, weeks, and the amount of tokens. I don't know if we ever fucking make it or finish it, but it was something that I thought would be fun to do. Okay, just to see one, if we can, and what it would look like. Okay, so build a playable solo survival experience where a player. Here, let's go up to. This is the game design. Okay, a Valheim-like style, so I want low poly, sandbox survival game where you start solo and build an empire through NPC recruitment, faction management, territorial conquest, features city building, army command, Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord style, exploration, AI-driven NPC societies. So basically, what we're doing is we're doing Valheim meets Bannerlord in the sense that you've got like a whistle command, okay, meets
The card game.
RimWorld, meets Risk, meets Magic the Gathering. Okay? So I want it to be very much, a survival where you can dodge, roll, parry, block, parry. But then I want you to be able to recruit an army. This is a new game. I just brainstormed with Claude. Okay, this is brainstorming with Claude is where we're at. Okay? And they can make full feature games. I've seen a couple of things on it. We may change it, I think, for long term, moving to cursor, because I can just literally just highlight something and say change this or do this over. You know what I mean? Which is very, very cool. And so all I've done is use Copilot to talk to Claude. Okay, and this is what they've done for me so far. So I just want to show you. I had the conversation here, but I don't know how to bring it back because I closed it. I'm not saying we're ever going to complete this, okay? I'm just saying I wanted to do this for fun, and I wanted to,
Make a screener.
yeah, I was supposed to make a screener for the stock market, but I said, what would be more fun is this, and so this is what we did the other day.
I guess
Okay.
make like a screener for news, like so it'll go through like say every publicly traded company, say NASDAQ, right? And then just have it send you like a notification whenever like
And you can, there's a lot of sites that you can, like if they have an API, we can, in all the news from Robinhood, all the news from FinViz, we can put it in that screener.
so you don't
Yeah, but it's, like we have to do. I know we can, and I have a couple of things saved, so that we can do like what we saw that Indian dude do, right? We can just copy paste that and make our own. But I want to download Ross Cameron's first and just tell him to copy this bitch because
yeah.
he has the features I want. How's the weather? Terrible. I hate August. August is my least favorite month of the year. It's one of the reasons why I said, we're just chilling. And I was having fun learning. All right, but let's just go through this real quick. Okay? Valheim-like aesthetic, low poly, colorful, Nordic. I don't know if we want Nordic fantasy. So we're going to remove this. I think that's why there was changes, because I did this. I made some changes. And so they were making some changes here. But player progression, solo survivor, explore, gather, build. First recruit first NPC, unlocks faction system. Stage 3, build diverse army with unique faction abilities. Multi-settlement management, diplomacy, large-scale battles, territory control. Okay, we're doing Risk meets Magic the Gathering meets RimWorld meets Valheim with the whistling, whistle command of Mountain Blade. So you'll be able to take some dudes with you, but those dudes you can be like, there's a tier system of like affinity 10, right? So you can be 10 of one color, or you can be multicolored, right? So you'll be able to be like 8 white, 1 black, 1 red, or mix and match, you know, but you gotta unlock up to 10, and then you'll be able to have, you know, like multiple NPCs with you that are each customizable within their, you know, range. So you'll be able to get a level 3 green spell. There will be 2 spells, 2 ability slots, 1 passive, okay, for you and each NPC. But then I also want it to be where, can we have taming too? He was talking about having the NPCs have sex. We potentially,
Genetics.
yeah, but like that'll be further out, because what's more important to me is the territory control. I want the ground beneath you changes based on your color. Okay, so if you choose that you're green, okay, your territory expands the green, and then there will be a bunch of other factions, you know, that expand that. But then if you go into another territory, you can change, you know, so the map is very, very dynamic.
Like the nodes?
Yeah, there will be different nodes, is the concept, but every few minutes, kind of like on League of Legends where new NPCs spawn, I want there to be border clashes. And at the border clash of your green and black, I want there to be multicolored spawns there too. You know what I mean? Green screen's a little wonky around Joe. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's fine. There's no green screen there, that's why. Right, so I want there to be, when's the demo? All I've done nothing, because I was waiting for you. I was literally waiting for you so that we could do it together. And I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay? But that's the point. All right? Is to see if we can. Okay? And right now all we've done is this, we've created the .md, okay? More traveling around to keep your area and never really play the game. So that's why one of the concepts, so we get down here, NP affinities, there's white, black, red, blue, green, there's also going to be neutral, okay? This one says neutral, protective, there'll also be gray, okay? Neutral, and the final boss is going to be neutral. But there's so many systems that we want to add. And the idea is that as you build or you grow, every few minutes you get your own patrols. In what was the game? It was Crimson Desert. I really liked that when you went to different zones, that there were like patrols and stuff like that. But what I wanted was to customize those patrols. Okay? So there will be, like at the beginning, you'll get like one guy that patrols your borders or whatever else. And like the low tier areas, they'll have random mobs and patrols. But I want mob clashing. Okay? And where it's still relatively even. But that if you focus on getting your army focused up and you level up your barracks or whatever else, that you can send your, like, they're taking out the right side, so you can direct your patrols in that direction. You know what I mean? So that you're able to, you know, affect the world map and the ones that are fucking with your territory. Okay? Like white does more damage than black. Well, both. White and black do, you know, there's positive and negatives. You know what I mean? But yes, there's, you know, red and blue are mortal enemies. You know, white and black are mortal enemies, right? But not so like much, you know. But they're all gonna have their, you know, their different styles. And neutral is gonna be gray. I want it to be like, if you're able to get one of each color, around a node, it is Magic the Gather colors. Yes, 100%. I want Magic the Gathering Risk. But it's a survival game that's has the NPCs that are like, look, like RimWorld. Okay? And there's hunger, tiredness, lawful, chaotic, good, evil. Okay? So it's going to have, it's all of that. There's NPC recruitment, combat style, where we're able to whistle command the NPCs, but it's still real-time action. We've got to do the, the dodge, parry, block. I've done skills. There's unit selection, so you can take an army with you to go after higher level zones. Okay? There's formations, so that you can take your dudes with you. Okay? No dinosaurs yet. But I mean, there will be a dinosaur, but that dinosaur might be a multicolored, green and black. You know what I mean? And that it can only be found if there's a level 8 green place with at least a level 2 or level 3 black node nearby. You know what I mean? So there's going to be that where if you want to engage those different things, mounts, at least originally no mounts. Maybe later down the line, but I'm just putting these are just the very basic ideas, right? Look, we don't starting resources. We just have wood, stone, rock, plants. Nothing's made yet. It's just brainstorm bullshit, okay? And so much more to do. Phase 1 basic structures, the game's not even made yet. Okay? Building mechanics, snap to grid, rotation, vision, these are all just this is just brainstorming. Respawn system, default, bed placement, death menu. I haven't gone into skills yet. Map design, I think we're going to change this. I'd like random map generation, but I don't know how possible that'll be. Right? I don't know anything. We're just figuring out POIs, dungeons, ruins, villages, resource nodes, regions, multiple biomes. Each affinity controls a region, unlocks in Phase 4. We're not even on Phase 1. And then this is very cool. They made deliverables and success criteria for Phase 1. Make the player controls, WASD, dual camera system. I was thinking first person, or adding in first person. I like random maps so much better too, but I just don't know. Can it do it? Can it? Obviously, I'm sure it can. But we can go over some YouTube videos we saw of dudes making video games. I'm confident that it can do it. It can do a bunch of shit. But I have to learn so much so that I can. I told it that I want to be able to work with it as well. You know what I mean? Using Unity. I don't know how to use Unity. Okay, so we've got so much to do. Okay, but I thought it would be fun. And when I'm no longer having fun with it, then fuck it. But we can at least explore a little, right? We've been exploring with stocks. We're exploring with fucking Claude. This is what I've been doing. Okay? And so I'm sharing it with you, and maybe we take on this journey together. Phase 2, NPC Foundation, right? An NPC spawning system, basic AI behavior, first recruitment, NPC inspection, the affinity system, settlement tracking, and each one of these will have to be checked, right? Phase 3 is combat and army, and so we talked about different, things for that. Phase 4 is the faction system with affinity, faction-specific, buildings for different things, maybe the green guys help with planting, right? Maybe the red guys, you're going to want to have at least one red guy because he helps with, your combat shit or whatever else. You know what I mean? So we get to do all of that. Phase 5 is advanced AI and needs. Bringing in. I want one of the things that I want is I want NPCs to be their own agent. I saw, who's the dude who covers MMOs? Like the Aussie that lives in South Asia now. He covered an MMO recently that had a chat box. Okay? And where when you interact with the NPC, it's its own agent. It's its own LLM. Now they had it disabled because it was their beta 2. But I want you to, I don't care if you break the AI. They're going to be chaotic evil. Oh yeah, Peon, late Peon. So there was a game that he reviewed recently, a new MMO that's super early. But it's what I've been waiting for. Okay, you can have direct conversations with the NPCs. And if you forget about the quest that they gave you, you can go back and say, what was that you said? And type it in. I want it to be VoIP as well, though. Okay? These are my... It doesn't... If I could pick, right? What would I want? I want you to be able to go to these NPCs and talk shit to a chaotic evil guy, and they just start attacking you because you pissed them off. Or if you're able to convince someone that's good to give you the fucking shirt off their back, I'm fine with that too. You know what I mean? Because I want that freedom, of where the people in your city, you're interacting. I want there to be journals for the AI talking shit about other people. You know what I mean? So that your village feels alive. I want your AI city to put on, different events and invite you to it. You know what I mean? And use the clock to be like, oh, it's this person's birthday. You know what I mean? Or, oh, this person has been left out recently. No one has talked to this guy in a while. So we're going to do something. We're going to throw a party for them. And you're invited. You could look at the calendar. You can look at the notes to see how everyone's interacted. You know what I mean? So it feels alive. That they have like some autonomy. Okay, so it is a very, very much survival sim. But then I want you to be able to take those guys and go fight with them. You know what I mean? Customize them with a tier of levels and affinities. So you can have one that's a white, black, green, or one that's just and then you bring maybe a full blue guy with you, because level 5 you unlock certain skills or passives to mesh your little party, and then you go and do some dungeons, or you go and wipe a level 8 affinity fucking region that's been attacking your shit. You know what I mean? But those dudes, and I do want them to be able to die and be rezzed. But how will we do that? Either green or white. We'll have a level 3 or level 5 skill that allows you to resurrect dead NPCs. You know what I mean? 90% is going to run a whorehouse by end of phase 2. But so I want there to be NPC relationships, rivalry. If you have a bunch of chaotic evil dudes, you know what I mean? They're not going to get along together. And that's fine. So I want there to be like random events if mistreated. I want there to be mood, advanced recruitment methods. I want you to find a chaotic evil guy in the wild, and you duel him, and because you beat him, he'll join you, right? Or you can recruit people from cages, or you can do fetch me quests, or whatever else, right? And then maybe there'll be another city. NPCs have visibly daily routine. Mood affects behavior. right, can recruit via +4 different methods. NPCs remember your actions. I want them to all have a journal, okay, that they refer to for their next action. You know what I mean? Maybe they don't like you now, but maybe you did something to help them or something they like, and you can increase your reputation through actions. You need to level up writing to shit talk. We did go into boss. Oh, but look at this. Here's the structure. File structure for Unity import. Okay? This is one of the things I've downloaded. Kaparthi, it helps the .md stay focused. But then if we go into the roadmap, I think originally I was gonna do California shape. This we're gonna change because I don't think it's gonna work out. But the idea was something different. But I don't think we do that. But I did go into bosses. Let's see if bosses are here. Respawn. Maybe not. But there's a bunch of shit. It doesn't seem like it's here. But you'll fight each boss. I swear that maybe we skipped it. Create Unity project. Implement phase 1. Test each system. Iterate. And so it'll iterate over and over again. You know what I mean? And there's some really, really cool things. I'm gonna play. The thing is, I want to play with the things that I have installed in this program a little bit more, which requires more YouTubing because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. There's a couple of things that I learned about last night. I was watching YouTube videos that I haven't put in. It's gauntlet loops. I need to learn more about that. That seemed to really make a difference in their iteration. For some reason, it didn't show bosses. But bosses, you're going to have a boss for each color, right? There will be mini bosses roaming and stuff like that, but a boss for each color, and the final boss will be neutral. Okay, and I swear that it had it here, though. I guess I'm missing it. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. But so this is what we've been playing with. Okay? But I think we're going to work on this together more. But I need a little bit more time. Like how powered crates upgraded. The more difficult the island. I haven't thought of like... I don't really necessarily like the fact that I can go to like a super high level area and get super high level Pokeballs. You know what I mean? Because it negates all of the other zones. You know what I mean? Like, why even, like, let's skip all of this and just go there, because then it makes, all the first half super easy. So I'm not a big fan of that. I did it in Pal World because that was how the game played. But I didn't like the fact that I could necessarily go fly around and get super high level balls right away, But we can, I hope you guys liked the thought experiment, the brainstorming. This is where we're at right now. I need like another day or two to work on the things that I add into this. Like I've got server.js, I got the whatever it is, the Kaparthi. I need to learn a little bit more, and then we're going to hit run. Okay, and we're going to see, or we can do a little bit more brainstorming, and then we'll hit run, and we'll see what happens together. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Okay, but you can Google, here, we can... Yeah, I'm already halfway, but on the 31st, I get more tokens. I'm halfway through tokens already, and on the 31st, I get more tokens. So, like, we've got a little bit of time to chill. We'll use up all our tokens by the 31st, and then we'll get more, and we'll be able to do more. So it'll be something that takes a while. Not because it takes forever, but because, you know, we're limited on tokens. But we can go here. Oh, come on. And it is cursor in Unity. This is what I might want to change to. Okay, look at this. This is, well, this configures it.
Let me quickly explain what cursor ever template to the package. A window will pop.
Let's see.
Cursor. Not that text.
So this,
check the indexing status by going to the settings and
that's not what we want to. I think this guy does it. Let's see. But we're able to basically connect it. I want to see if he shows what it can do. No, I don't think he does. But we may want to switch to this. Okay. UI, let's actually worked. I don't know if it was this dude. Cursor plus Unity. But basically, yeah, I don't know where. I think I saved it. It might have been that. But I just want to see. Yeah, he highlighted it, which I really, really liked. Because you could circle it and it'll change it for you. So not knowing Unity, you know, was... It's probably around here. I'm not sure. But I've got more to figure out before I'm confident in being able to, you know, to do some shit. But it would be cool, just a little thought experiment. And right now we're in this, so we'll run this. But we may move over to Cursor. This is like $20 a month. Cursor's like $60 a month. But it's got those capabilities that I'm looking for. And it's got integration into Unity. This does too. But I've got to figure it out. And once I've got them talking to each other, then I think we can hit run and figure it out and see what they do. So we got to figure out the connection and gauntlet loop, and then we're going to hit run on it. And, you know, so maybe very soon, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. But we just wanted to do a little short stream, show you what we were doing, what we're up to. And we will do more tomorrow. Old classical music. Very nice. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate you guys. Sorry I've been gone for so long. But at least you know what we've been doing. And for sure, I don't know if we'll be up at 4 in the morning. I think it's the best thing to do. Because we get these. Right? But at least at 6, the goal is to be awake at 6 o'clock, right? So that we can be awake for these 6:30s. Okay? Fuck around. We'll try, maybe we'll bump up from 1 stock to 10 stocks tomorrow and see our confidence level. We'll do this for a couple of hours, and then maybe we mess around with some AI. Okay? So that's the plan. And then obviously we could also just go play video games. But this is what I've been having fun with. So I just wanted to share with you guys, and that's what we're going to do for a moment. So appreciate you. And we'll see you soon. GG's.